products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update. We're reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. Now, the federal government will recruit over 94,000 new personnel across Nigeria's security services following President Bola Tinubu's directive after declaring a nationwide security emergency on November 26, 2025. The Police Service Commission and the Nigerian Police Force will take 50,000 constables with recruitment portal open from December 15, 2025 to January 25, 2026. The Army is expected to add about 14,000 soldiers, while the Navy, the Air Force, and 4 paramilitary agencies will also increase their intakes, including the 30,000 personnel earlier approved by the Ministry of Interior. Officials said the move aims to strengthen security operations as the country faces rising violence and widespread manpower shortages. Security experts and state officials welcomed the massive recruitment but stressed the proper vetting, quality training, and transparent selections are crucial to avoid repeating past mistakes. Several analysts warn that the number alone will not solve Nigeria's insecurity unless the recruits are competent, well-equipped, and deployed with clear strategy. The Plateau State Governor, Caleb Mutfwang, and Edo State Governor, Monday Okpebolo, said the country urgently needs more boots on ground, while other stakeholders, including retired generals, lawyers, and community policing committees, called for strict merit-based recruitment, stronger state-level policing structures, and better support for security agencies. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria has ordered all point-of-sales acquired processors and payment terminals service providers to commence their systems to both Nigeria Interbank Settlement System and Unified Payment Services Limited. The Central Bank explained that the many point-of-sale failures happen because transactions rely only on one routing channel, causing delays and breakdowns. Under the new directive, all service providers must step up automatic failover so that when one platform goes down, transactions immediately switch to the other, ensuring smooth and uninterrupted payments across the country. The Central Bank also directed Nigeria Interbank Settlement System and Unified Payment Services Limited to carry out regular tests to prove the system is stable and to report any downtime to the Payment System Supervision Department within 24 hours. All financial institutions have 1 month to comply. The Central Bank said the dual connectivity rule will strengthen Nigeria's payment infrastructure, reduce point-of-sale disruptions, and improve public confidence in electronic transactions. Nigeria recorded a notable increase in crude oil production in November 2025, pumping 1,436 million barrels per day, up from 1,401 million barrels per day in October, according to the December 2025 OPEC monthly oil market report. The 35,000 barrel per day rise marks the country's strongest month-on-month gain in recent months, reflecting improvements in upstream security and project optimization across major terminals. Despite the growth, Nigeria still fell short of its allotted OPEC quota of 1.5 million barrels per day for the 4th consecutive month. The report showed that overall OPEC crude production was mostly flat, rising slightly to 25.17 million barrels per day. Saudi Arabia recorded the largest increase, adding 48,000 barrels per day to reach 10.5 million barrels per day, while Libya, Kuwait, the UAE, and Venezuela saw smaller gains. Iraq and Congo experienced declines, cutting 40,000 barrels per day and 8,000 barrels per day, respectively. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Heineken Lokobri, said Nigeria plans to request a higher production quota, arguing that current 1.5 million barrels per day target no longer reflects the country's true capacity. Now, the Dangote refinery has received its second crude cargo from Ghana, arriving in November with the Sankofa grade, even as the refinery sharply reduces its crude intake from Europe. Industry data shows that the crude arrivals averaged about 380,000 barrels per day between September and November, which is roughly 30% lower than the July-August peak. According to Kepler, most of the November supply came from Nigerian grades such as Aboni Light, Amenam, Focados, Utapate, and the Kwa Ibo, with Sankofa being the non-Nigerian grade. The decline in imports is linked to repeated outages and plant maintenance services, including a 2-month shutdown of the residue fluid catalytic cracking unit that began on 4th December and a 1-week crude distillation unit outage scheduled for late January. Within the decline in refinery runs, Nigeria's petrol output is expected to fall toward 80,000 barrels per day, down from the recent levels of 100,000 to 130,000 barrels per day, increasing the country's reliance on imported fuel. Nigeria's petrol imports rose to about 300,000 barrels per day in November, the highest in 14 months, mostly sourced from Europe. Kepler noted that refineries throughout could drop to 320,000 to 350,000 barrels per day all through February before recovering above 500,000 barrels per day in April 2026, despite the reduced crude intake. Dangote Industries Limited has pledged to supply 1.5 billion liters of petrol in December 2025 and another 1.5 billion liters in January 2026, with plans to increase supply to 1.7 billion liters in February to ensure nationwide fuel availability. And President Donald Trump welcomed the Federal Reserve's recent 25 basis point interest rate cut, but wants additional reduction. The White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt said Trump has repeatedly criticized Fed Chair Jerome Powell for not cutting rates earlier and more aggressively. Trump is also reviewing candidates to replace Powell, whose term ends in May. Potential nominees include Kevin Hassett, Kevin Walsh, Christopher Waller, Michelle Bowman, and BlackRock's Rick Rader. Democrats have raised concerns about the independence of Trump's front runners, according to reports. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. SOUQ News TV coming up shortly. SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay with us.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. It was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself made an indelible mark within the banking sector and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Mokwede story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Aiboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Aige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the fourth African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to your regular breakfast staple. This is SBL. Put a hashtag to it, and it's SOUQ business landscape. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and we are reaching you live from SOUQ News Television in Lagos, Nigeria. There's no better place to be than here. So today we will be looking at stories that are not just going to define today, but define our 2026. I'm talking about Nigerians, and it has to do with our budget. There has been a whole lot of talk about it, from the deficit to the amount itself down to the debt servicing. Several issues that we'll bring on the table today and talk about. CBN is not also far from it. CBN is in the news as it concerns House of Rep, the National Assembly. They say, come, let's talk. CBN is also in the news. They are regulating a whole lot of things, trying to keep the economy stable, and we will talk about that. Then also the aviation industry. Festus Keyamo is there. Ticket feds will not just leave. Right now, we will talk. So, hey, there's a lot to keep you engaged and keep you wanting to prefer solutions. So this is SBL, and we will talk. I'm not alone on this table. That happens to be the fourth person on the regular. On my left is the fair one. Oyepriye, good morning.
Good morning to you, SOUQ. I'm glad it's Friday, but I know my Friday is as busy as my weekdays. So well, I'm just glad it's Fridays anyway. It's good to see you.
You're welcome.
Good to see Amin's face.
Okay, and for the first time, I think I'm seeing Amin looking very dashy in this
native attire.
beautiful attire. I mean, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chooks. Good morning, Mr. Priye. Good morning, Nigerians. Thank God it's Friday.
Yeah, this is my first time seeing you not in a jacket or in a tie or... Yes, all the same. You're welcome. You're welcome. So yes, now let's get straight to the issues. The budget. Now the federal government is to borrow... why am I starting here? I hate that one. Okay, now the federal government is to borrow 17.89 trillion in 2026 amid weak revenue. Federal government of Nigeria plans to borrow 17.89 trillion in 2026 to bridge a growing budget deficit as revenue projections continue to fall short of expenditure needs. According to the 2026 budget framework from the Budget Office of the Federation, new borrowing will rise by 72% from 10 trillion in 2025 to 17.89 trillion. The data contained in the abridged budget call circular issued by the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning highlights growing concern over rising debt costs and fiscal sustainability. The increase in borrowing terms from a higher fiscal deficit and a deteriorating revenue outlook despite plans to slightly reduce overall expenditure. The 2026 deficit is projected at 20.12 trillion, significantly up 14.1 trillion in the approved 2025 budget. This signals continued resilience on debt to fund government operation and underscore the challenge of boosting non-oil revenue and managing Nigeria's debt profile amid global economic uncertainties. Okay, gentlemen, let's break it down from the beginning. If we're looking at the midterm expenditure framework and the fiscal strategy paper for 2026, we're looking at a total budget projection of 54.5 trillion. Exactly. That's about $37.7 billion. Now, from the focus of this particular administration, they are looking at economic growth, they are looking at infrastructure, and sadly, debt management. Now, let's bring it down. We have a benchmark of 64.85, that's per barrel for crude sale. And we're looking at exchange rate of 1,512 per dollar. That's a projection for 2026. But now this is where it becomes an issue for me. Debt service of this 54.5 trillion is 15.91 trillion. Debt service alone for 2025 in a budget of 54.51. That is about 29.1% of the entire budget is going to servicing debt.
For 2025?
For 2026 budget. For our projected
15
budget.
trillion.
15.91 trillion of 55.5 trillion.
Yes.
Will be used to service debt. Not building infrastructure that we need very well, not recurrent expenditure, but just to service debt. And we are also looking at taking about 17 point something trillion because of the projected shortfall in the budget. How can we balance it? Because I've been trying to calculate my head around it, and I'm asking myself, okay, what did we do in 2025? From what we borrowed and all that, why are we not seeing a decrease? Why an increase?
Okay, so if we look data without comparing it with other data, it doesn't tell the full story.
Okay.
So we need to look at where we're coming from. We're coming from a place where we're servicing debt with 95% of our revenue. So during the course of this year, that dropped to about 60% of our revenue because we were paying back, right? And the budget of 2025, almost everybody agreed that it was too ambitious. And we know what happened to the global oil prices, which was the major, the major point of our budget. A lot of our projected revenue was supposed to come from oil, and the oil prices crashed globally, and that really affected us. So
the oil prices dipped, not crashed. If it crashed, it could have been disastrous.
It dipped, but the bottom line is that the revenue dropped even from our own production, we didn't produce as much as we projected. We targeted 2.1 barrels per day. We ended up doing 1.5 million barrels per day on average, 2025. So that is about 600,000 barrels per day short. Then the prices, we projected $75 per barrel.
That was way too ambitious.
It was too ambitious.
And that came from the National Assembly.
Exactly. So, and that crashed. Eventually, it was sold for average of about $69, $70 for the year. So, looking at this budget, in terms of the size, is almost the same size for 2025. The 2026 proposed budget is about the same size. But what the government is doing, what the budget office is doing, is they are trying to manage their expectations in terms of revenue. I am very positive that they are going to raise more revenue this year, especially with the new tax law.
Okay.
I am very positive.
Now you've gone to this particular place. Why are we not seeing that projected revenue in this particular budget? Because from what they are giving us as projected revenue is about 34.33 trillion. I'm not seeing any kind of positivity or increase that the tax is most likely going to come in.
I'm going there. I feel like 2026 is going to be a campaign year. So the government cannot afford the flip-flop they were doing this year, where they were borrowing when they were not supposed to borrow. It's going to be a big political blowback if that is happening in 2026. So they have to manage their expectation in terms of borrowing to now say, by God's grace, we'll have this conversation down the line in 2026. They will come back to say, oh, we exceeded our revenue. Oh, we don't need to borrow. And that will be good points for them to campaign with. But if they, project an ambitious revenue and they come short and they borrow, it's not going to be good for them in an election year.
Are you saying likely that this 17-point-something trillion might end up not being borrowed?
I'm positive. I'm positive. I believe the government will end up borrowing about $12 trillion or 13.
You mean 12 trillion naira?
I mean naira, I beg your pardon.
Okay.
Or 13. And they are going to campaign with, oh, we exceeded our projected revenue. Oh, we are not borrowing. Oh, our debt servicing has dropped to 40% or 50%.
Okay. Let's come this way now. What government is projecting to borrow is 17.89 trillion on a budget of 54.5 trillion. That is high. That is very, very high. Now let's shift these tables and take you to the economic team. If you happen to be the economic team of the federal government right now, what will you suggest that we do both in the mid-term and the long term to start bridging this deficit?
That's a tough question. I wish I was Atiku Bagudu at this point in time, the Minister for Budget and National Planning. Now, first of all, let's look at it from a different angle before I start to bring out the advice that I might give to the government. Recently, the Association of Local and Domestic Contractors came out and they were protesting. They've concluded the projects and they've executed in the country, and the backlog has not been settled, and it brought up some form of chaos. And the government, visited the issue and thrashed it out. Also, the 2025 budget, and the projections from the National Assembly about $75 per barrel and the 2.6 million and all of that. Yourself and Amin said it was way too ambitious. I don't think it was way too ambitious. I could say it's ambitious, but I won't say it is way too ambitious. So that in itself.
Do you buy the crude you drill?
If I buy the crude, I drill.
Are we the one that buy the crude we drill?
I don't understand your question.
Now, the ambitiousness is stemming from the fact that National Assembly is projecting crude to sell for 75.
Yes.
Like we are the one that will buy the crude.
Of course, we are not
It's an
the
international
ones.
market.
It's an international market. It doesn't mean there are no buyers out there.
Good. At what price?
it doesn't mean they are
the
not
buyer
buyers.
wants to buy your crude as cheap
We
as
don't,
possible.
how are you certain that even the $64 that the 2026 budget has been pegged, it's going to sell for it's going to sell per barrel for $64 in 2026, it's going to fall down to 50 or it's going to go to 70? We can't tell that.
You look at an average.
No. See, Chooks, we have the best brains of economic advisors around the president and around the presidency.
Were they the ones that fixed the
Yes, they are not. They are not infallible. They are not infallible.
That's not the question.
I'm coming there. They are going to give their own projections, and of course, the National Assembly is also going to carry out their oversight functions and perform their roles as regarding the appropriation at the 2026 budget, and they are at liberty to do what they did. Yes, it did not go the same direction, but it doesn't mean what they did was out of, they just arbitrarily picked it and do that. No, there is a committee for that in the National Assembly for the economy, and that gives such advice. And I believe they also did the same even for the 2026 budget. It's obvious that they are putting their thoughts together and they are learning from what happened in 2025. Now, Chooks, what you are looking at what we are going to borrow for 2026, and that it is way too much. For 2025 was about 13 trillion naira, and now it has gone to 15 trillion.
We are looking at data.
Yes, of course, we are looking at data, yes, but one of the data
that is giving us projected budget.
Yes.
We're looking at the data that is giving us deficit.
Yes.
We're looking at the data. Hold on. We're looking at the data that is telling us how much we are going to use in servicing debt.
How much are we?
Budget.
Yes. How much are we going to use in service? How much did we use in servicing debt for 2025?
You tell me.
How much is the deficit for 2025? The deficit for 2025 and the deficit for 2026 is just the distance of 2 trillion. It's just the distance, because
7 trillion naira.
I'm not.
It's 7 trillion.
No, it's from 15 trillion.
From 13 to 20.
From 13 to 20.
Yes.
We're talking about the budget deficit.
Yes. Deficit. Yes.
But budget deficit is about 70, but that's about 45%.
No, that's about 70%.
That's not a deficit.
For the size of our budget, is actually too much. But we need to call them some slacks, because we all agree that 2025 is like a learning curve for them, and we agree that it was ambitious. So I feel like they are being realistic now. You know, they've been in the kitchen.
Okay.
They know all the resources.
The fire has burnt us.
Do you understand? So they are being realistic. And like I said, this budget, every election year budget, is political, because they cannot afford.
Is it political or very cautious?
I mean,
both words, in this context is political.
And I mean, in this context, you can say it's cautious, you can say it's political. But imagine in a campaign year, at the heat of the campaign, Bola Tinubu went back to the National Assembly to request for more loan. How would that look in the headline in the midst of campaign? So they need to be careful. And what we are going to be hearing is, we don't need to borrow, we exceeded, because definitely our non-oil revenue is going to
shoot up.
It's going to shoot up. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, so the deficit is 6 trillion. Now, one of the data you're not putting into consideration is that if the federal government is planning to borrow 17.89 trillion to facilitate the 2026 budget, do remember that before the 2025 budget, or in 2025, we're not doing, as per the barrels of crude we're producing daily, we're doing way less. So you need to give it to the government in that aspect, that now we are doing 1.4. Our OPEC target is 1.5. Yes, we have not met them for about 4 months at the moment, but there is also a negotiation on ground for us to get to 2 million. And that's with regards to the forecast of what we'll be doing come next year. So the advances and the progresses that the government has made with regards to the barrel that we're producing before in 2025 or 2024, and now we need to factor that into consideration. It could be, yes, it could have been worse if we're not making up to 1.4 million barrels per day. With the deficit that we are talking about, you just talked about 7 trillion or 6 trillion naira. It would have been way up to about 15 trillion, if not 20 trillion. If we had fallen short, it shows that we are making progress. And we've been crying out that we need lots of infrastructure in both the upstream sector, the downstream, and the high sea. Some of these terrains we've seen a massive participation of local companies in there, while we see the MNCs moving up to the deep waters. That's another level of progress in strengthening the capacity of the domestic companies with regards to our oil exploration and how we operate up there. So you can see that the projects and the progress that we've made, if we look at it from one aspect and just look at and assess the disadvantage that we're experiencing at the moment and forgo the advantages, then I don't think we are being fair.
Okay. Now, the oil expectation, projected oil expectation is 1.84 million barrels per day for 2026. Okay. Can we meet it? I believe yes.
I believe we can meet it because...
I think we can do more.
We can do more. Yeah, I mean, this is the same government that projected 2.1. Like I said, this is a more realistic budget.
Oh, hold on. You see, I always like when we do this on this table. When the Tinubu administration did not project 7, okay, they passed, but they were not the ones that said 75.
Yes.
They did not say 75.
The National Assembly did.
They did not project 2.1 million. They had a paper that was submitted. They said, okay, no, let's tinker on this. And then I said, okay, we are taking it higher, go back and work on it and give it back to us. Okay. So now I would prefer all of us to take responsibility when we fall short of issues. Yes, the Tinubu administration accepted and signed it, so they are also liable to it.
Right.
But now let's really start counting our teeth with our tongues. And when we know that things are going to bite us, let's prepare for it. If we are going to service debt at almost 30%, 29-point-something% of our budget, we know that we are in trouble.
If you say 30% of our budget, that's been economical with the truth. We are servicing that we are about 70% of our revenue.
No, you are talking about revenue now. I'm talking about the budget that government wants to spend, not the
budget
revenue.
now. You are counting the money that is not even ours. Let's count the money that we are making and see how much we're spending on debt servicing.
Okay. So right now, can we start telling ourselves, dear government, start cutting down on excess expenditure? Start cutting down on things that can be cut, from governance itself to people around governance to what happened to the ministries that were supposed to go?
The ministry that what?
The ministries that were
supposed to shrink down ministries.
Shrink down.
Yes.
We've done that in the Buhari administration.
No.
The Tinubu administration came also consolidated on that effort.
No. What he did is I think we had 40 ministries. So the Orosanye report was supposed to trim it to about 30 ministries.
Was that implemented?
Tinubu increased it. We have about 44 ministries now.
Okay.
And some ministries with 2 ministers. So 2 ministers means 2 extra overhead and,
And we are...
Okay. So in other words, the Ministry of Blue and Marine Economy just came? No. Is it not for... Of course, it just came. And does it have the potential to impact the economy in a way that is going to affect the progress of this country? Yes.
Has it?
Oh, of course, this is a baby child that's just 2 years old.
I feel like the work that the National Assembly is supposed to be doing, for example, the Ministry of Agric was split into 3.
Okay.
So we need to, while we are assessing the budget performance for 2025, for the minister of these new ministries needs to come out and defend their budget and tell us their impact in the economy and tell us the revenue they've been generated and tell us why we should retain that ministry going forward. We don't necessarily need to make revenue in 2025, but show us the projection for 2026. Show us why we need these new ministries for the future.
Okay. How many ministries do we have right now to speak?
You just mentioned.
Aside government agencies.
You just mentioned it. You just mentioned.
How big is our economy compared to the United States?
You just mentioned it.
How big is our economy?
See, we cannot compare. We cannot compare our economy to the United States economy at the moment. The United States is the biggest economy in the world. Because you want to tell me about the number of ministries they have.
An over-bloated
ministry?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. In my own opinion, I feel like the number of ministries is not as important as the job done and as where they are operating. The other day, Wednesday, we were talking about how the ministries are the central and as not as effective as if you bring them to the subnational. Okay. So in the United States, fine, at the federal, they don't have as many departments. They don't use ministry, they use department. Yeah. But if you come to the states, there is a department for anything you can imagine. There is department for homeless. So that means there's like a commissioner for just homeless people. So there is department for transport for almost everything, and it's more effective. So it doesn't matter if they are drawing salaries, they are overhead, because it makes everything hands-on. There's somebody that have limited responsibility. So there's no excuse to say my hands are full. Yeah. This is the only thing you need to deal with. Why are people sleeping on the streets?
Okay, so one of the reasons why we cannot compare the ministries that we have in Nigeria with that of the United States. We have we operate a different system of government. Both can be seen as a presidential system of government, but if you look at it, the way the subnationals operate, they are stronger, and not only stronger in that sense. If you look at the laws regulating the subnationals, some subnationals have a specific law. They have laws.
Do you need a minister and a minister of state?
See, is it economically, are they practicing a confederalism system where the subnationals make their money and they pay tax to the federal government? Is that how they run it in the United States?
Okay.
Because I'm asking, is that not what we are clamoring for in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that we need to practice? I'm just let me land.
Hold on. Can we cut out the politics right now? Right now, we can't afford it.
You can't remove the politics.
You're not listening.
I am.
Nigeria is broke.
We're not.
Okay.
Nigeria is broke.
I don't think so.
Don't let that deceive you. Nigeria is broke. If we have to pay this amount just for debt servicing and borrow this amount on top of this debt servicing, if you add both together, that is more than 50%.
It would have been worse without the progress that was made.
If you add both together, that is more than 50% of your budget.
Let me explain what our budget looks like. Our budget in dollars is about
$37.7 billion.
That is how much New York spent to renovate
an airport.
And that's not the only airport in New York. And to now think that we don't even have the whole money, we are going to borrow about 40% or about 30-something% of that money. So it's a very, very poor country, like very, very poor country. Our budget per citizen is nothing to write home about compared to other citizens of the world.
We all have to put our hands together and build. And when we build, we really need to build. For those that are still looking at politicking, yes, it's necessary. Yes, we all need it. But hey, building is more important. Now let's get to our next story for today. And it has to do with banking operations. Now the House of Rep is putting up a bill to regulate the central bank. Yeah. The House of Representatives on Thursday advanced a bill seeking major amendments to the Central Bank Act of 1991 in a move aimed at strengthening transparency, accountability in the Apex Bank's operation. The legislation, which passed second reading, is co-sponsored by the House leader, Professor Julius Ohovere, and Lagos lawmaker Jesse Onakalausi. It received unanimous support during plenary, reflecting growing parliamentary interest in reforming the CBN's governance and oversight framework. Now, lawmakers urge that the current act needs updating to align with contemporary financial realities and ensure effective legislative scrutiny. The proposed amendment comes amid public debate on CBN's autonomy, financial reporting practice, and its role in fiscal matters. Okay, now, we know for a fact that the central bank is an autonomous entity. Now, it has its independence to manage monetary policy without political interference. That's the CBN Act of 2007. But now, there is also this very important, it's also important for stability and credibility of the CBN and our financial sector. But now, these proposed reforms, they have special roles and they play things that we might be interested in. We want to see, one being the separation of powers between the chairman of the board and the central bank governor. We saw that come to play a lot in the last CBN governor's tenure, where a lot of decisions were made solely by him, and we suffered.
By the governor?
Yes. The last CBN governor, to be precise. MFLA. He was the chairman of the board, at the same time the central bank governor. So there was no oversight on what the bank was doing. Then we also had issues with the ways and means that happened during that administration. The amount of printing and government borrowing without the other side collaborating, investment and revenue that was coming in. And we saw where that has taken us to now. How do we get to see, apart from also the strengthening of the Monetary Policy Committee, they are trying to see if private people can also join that particular committee. How do we get to still hold the CBN autonomy and not get political on the other side, but see this reform happen?
This is a very, very good initiative, especially coming from the Emefiele administrative scandal. We can find a way to keep them autonomous and independent. As well, we need to now highlight some scenarios that needs to be checked by the National Assembly before the CBN government can carry out certain, certain assignments. For example, the issue of printing money, the issue of changing our currency, new denominations and all of that. I don't think the president and his CBN governor should have the sole authority to do that without consulting the National Assembly. So we need to find this framework where anything aside their regular monetary policy and fiscal policy, they should be able to do that without any interference. But anything outside of that primary responsibility, it should be run by the National Assembly and properly debated before it could be done. Because we have seen how ordinary changing currency could inflict so much pain and impacts our economy so badly. We've seen how printing of money, we are still bearing the brunt of that till now. The devaluation in our currency is direct correlation to that. And when that was happening, I'd like to give credit to the former governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki. He was the only person in the national politics that I can remember that was raising an alarm to say, oh, the CBN governor is printing money. The CBN governor is, and we are going to pay for it. So imagine the president and the CBN governor does not have that so much power to do that without consulting the National Assembly. Or the National Assembly is empowered to summon the CBN governor, look through his book to detect it and stop that before he went into printing of trillions that we are now paying for.
Okay.
So I think irrespective of this intervention to maintain and sustain the autonomy of the Central Bank of Nigeria, it's going to take a lot for us to move away from that status quo because how laudable it is, politics is still going to play its role. So if who has the right or who has the constitutional power to appoint the board, the chairman of the board, that you said is going to be different from the CBN governor? Who is their boss? And if it is the president that's going to appoint, is still going to appoint someone that is going to, we who pays the piper dictates the tune, that is still going to fall in line. Most especially, even if the president is not financial savvy as the CBN governor and as the chairman of the board and as economic advisor who are going to be giving advice to the president, they are going to do that. And even if the National Assembly have a strong oversight function, which I think they do, even in the previous government, I think they do have that powers. They just didn't use it. They just did not wield it because they felt if the leadership does that, the people that are responsible for that in the National Assembly, probably that belongs to the political party, will be seen as carrying out anti-party activities. And we know, though, from history, those who have been alleged of doing that and how the hammer dropped on them and their untimely stay in the National Assembly, we've seen that they are completely out of the system. So politics is going to play a strong role. However, what we should
politics is not supposed to be played with CBN.
Okay, yes, it's true. It's not supposed to be played with that. But you see, these are things that may not be avoided. except if intentions...
Are you looking at politics in appointment or politics in CBN carrying out their duties?
Both.
Then that's where the problem of past administrations will continue.
This problem, you can't remove it.
Why can't we?
Okay, you can't remove it. The other time we tend to see something like that was in some government in the past, where even a member of the political party that was heading the Senate then was saying, no, this specific bill it goes contrary to our economic...
so are you saying we can't do the right thing?
See, but what happened? Look at the scenario that played out.
Are you saying we cannot do the right thing?
It's not that we cannot do the right thing. You cannot remove politics from it.
Meaning we cannot do the right thing?
No. There's politics, and we are achieving some progress in some areas. That means we are doing some right things in those areas that we are achieving it.
If you remember sometime on this table, I think it was 2 days ago, the National Assembly was calling the Central Bank Governor to come explain why there is some discrepancy in reporting of some amount of monies. This is part of what they are also looking at and clamoring for. Say, hey, we need transparency and mandatory regular reports
from the CBN. Why didn't they do that in the previous administration?
Well, let's talk about now. This is where we are right now. And they are saying this is why we want amendment to that particular CBN Act. Yes, CBN is autonomy and should remain autonomous. But when it comes to some particular things that need to change for that autonomy to really hold, I think we should take out politics.
Let me just point out one specific, another aspect of the politics in it. Now, in the ruling party, there are factions. And these factions, when there are vacancies in strategic areas that requires appointment, it's going to come from the factions that are at the top of things.
Okay.
And these factions are going to bring out persons that are going to pay attention to the dictates coming from either the executive or the legislative arm of government. Now, they check themselves. I know in the ruling party there's eternal politicking for which they check themselves, and they don't mind probably sometimes washing the dirty linen of the other rival faction in the public. So sometimes these advances can be coming as a result of that. While previously they were all towing the same line, but it looks like at the moment the pendulum is swinging into one direction, and one other faction seem to be losing out, and they're like, okay, we need to move concerning this. And you know what? They know what to do. They know it's the right thing to do. Of course, this is the right thing to do, but they can only blow the whistle for us to do the right thing when they are at a loss. So put that into consideration. You cannot rule out politicking from any of this.
Okay, Priye, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good. But I refuse to be confused. To everyone out there, remember, this is SBL. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, we'll talk aviation. It's been interesting. A whole lot is happening in that particular sector, and hey, you can't afford to miss it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. Dangote's unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignited his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjured as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will prove.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. This is SBL. Put a hashtag in front of it. SOUQ Business Landscape. Remember, join us on all our social media platforms. All of it. We are there. SOUQ News Television. Just go, click, follow us, like, love us, send us messages, but most importantly, share. Share. Let your neighbors, friends, and co-workers get to know that this is where it's happening. Now, let's get to the aviation. Regulation is all in the air right now. The House of Rep, they are rejecting airline subsidy, and they are saying, hey, cut 50%. Airport authorities, you can do that. The House of Rep has ruled out granting subsidies to airline operators. to curb rising airfare during this particular festive season. Instead, lawmakers are calling on the federal government to slash airport-related fees by 50%. Now, they are citing operators concerned that such charges are driving up ticket prices and operational costs. This resolution followed a motion by Obinna Agocha, that is, who warned that exorbitant ticket prices could threaten lives as more Nigerians opt for riskier alternatives. The House also proposed the creation of a transparent mechanism to assess and determine the minimum operational cost for airlines during the Yuletide. Minimum operational cost. Okay, this is where we are. As of 2 days ago, flight tickets were going for 300 and something thousand if you were picking up your tickets right there at the airport, not buying earlier on. For today, we know the prices have gone up. We'll get to check and tell you. But for next week, we know it's going to be cutthroat. The request was for subsidy to airlines. I'm now saying, okay, those are private businesses. Right now, they are not operating at a loss. And there is no national or international issue or event that is making that sector to suffer. But on the other side, the rep are saying, why not government agencies who are responsible for high operational costs cut down to 50% on the charges from the airport authorities? Which should we be following right now? If you are the consumer buying the ticket.
This is just a typical example of how our economy is very, very unmanaged, and how government is helpless when it comes to managing our economy. So the question the National Assembly should be asking is that, is there any new additional operational costs that was added in December? Because if as an airline, January to November, you're flying at average of 110,000, 120,000. Then in December, you are citing operational costs. You are now charging 300, 400% more. So instead of the National Assembly to ask that, what is the sudden December operational cost? They're asking for subsidy. That is very, very wrong. And in Nigeria, we look at things usually from just one side. There's a whole economy around the air travel. From the shops at the airport, those are people's businesses, to the shuttle guys that take people from the airport to their home. Those are different businesses. Now, this hike in air prices has cut down air travelers by about 60-70%. Because in a country where the minimum wage is 70,000, the average middle class earns about 200,000-300,000 naira. How are they supposed to afford 400,000-500,000 naira tickets one way trip? So a round trip comes to 1 million naira. So what happens to all the people that lives off the traffic at the airport, from the shuttle guys, like I said, to the physical shops, the restaurant, the coffee shops at the airport? So these airline operators, they are holding our economy at chokehold. We are not even talking about all the monies that are supposed to go to various states for these seasons. People are supposed to go to different states to go spend time with their family. They will end up spending money, go to the mall, stay at hotels, for celebration. Those are economies of various states being stifled. And I'll give you an example of Kwara State. Throughout the year, only one airline fly Ilorin to Lagos and Ilorin to Abuja. They were charging average of 300,000. Sometimes it go as high as 500,000 because there is no competition. Now, United Nigeria started that route, the same route, this December, and they are charging between 180,000 to 220,000. So the question is Air Nigeria not incurring the sudden December travel airline overhead? What we are seeing is airline operators taking advantage of the December traffic, and it's not limited to the airline operators. Even in Lagos now, we see what is happening with short-let apartments, with Airbnbs, the price are going as high from average of 120,000 to about 800,000 naira a night. And we live in Lagos, we can see that there is high decline in the influx of tourists this year. There's no traffic anywhere. People are not coming in because in Nigeria, the government does not check private practices. They sound like the Minister of Aviation saying we cannot control private businesses. But there should be consumer protection. Protect us, your citizens, and the consumers. If you cannot control, you need to find a balance. If the airlines cannot tell us the sudden operational costs that they are incurring in December, there should not be 300%, 400% hiking their tickets.
Okay, that was very passionate, and hey,
the point. I think he
has nailed it.
He's nailed it. And you see, you talked about the first example you gave about 300,000 from Kwara State and all of that, and then another competitor come in and it's from 180,000 to 220. Wait till another competitor comes in. I'm telling you, the price is still going to go down a little more. So first of all, we still need to have to talk about investment in this same industry, and also not just investment, but effective local participation in terms of investment in that area. Also, the government has a specific role to play, not just what the minister is saying. And I'm talking about both subnational government and the national government in terms of infrastructure. Because sometimes you give it to this private business airlines who tell you, okay, they are flying to one state here or there, and they don't have passengers coming back. And that's a huge loss, just the way we discussed it in the marine, in the marine sector, where they troop in, they ship lots of goods in containers into Nigeria. And those containers become empty containers abandoned in some of the container terminals across the country, because Nigeria as a country, we are not manufacturing goods that we can, ship out using those containers back to other countries. So those people just left the containers there until probably perchance there's something for them to take back to their country, then a few of those containers can be used. Nigeria has become a dumping ground for empty containers. I think that's almost the same thing that wants to happen, or that's happening in the aviation industry, just that the businesses are looking at it from different perspectives. Like, we can't leave our plane in that state, even though there is no traffic. So the people going, they are going to pay twice.
You pay for to and fro.
You are going to pay for to and fro. But you see, the government needs to put infrastructure in place. And one of the disadvantages is that, like you said, it will reduce mobility. It will reduce tourism. It will reduce even investment in some areas. And it's not good for our economy.
Okay, while we are looking at that particular fair, let's get to now tell you exactly what the minister is saying, that they gave you some foreknowledge of. Government cannot twice fix domestic airfare. That came from Festus Keyamo. Now, the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, well, you know him already, he's Festus Keyamo. He has clarified what he said, he didn't clarify, that the federal government has no authority to regulate airfares in Nigeria. Okay, yeah, that the sector is deregulated, that's the aviation sector. So he said this while making a response to rising domestic ticket prices. He explained that market forces solely determine pricing, not government intervention. His comments were captured, well, in an interview in a TV station where he stressed that supply, demand, and operational cost drive fare adjustment. He also noted that while government can promote competition and efficiency, it cannot dictate price. The minister's remarks came amid public concern over rising air traffic costs, particularly during the festive period. Now, you went ahead to say, yes, government might not say charge this price, but there's a consumer protection agency. And they should work across board. It doesn't matter what you sell or what you buy. It doesn't matter which sector you are. That consumer protection agency should be able to say, okay, good, this is your operational cost. Your markup should not be more than this.
I think that consumer protection, we've not really seen them very, very active in this sector, in this industry.
In all the sectors.
Where have you seen them?
In all the sectors.
Really seen them. Though sometimes we see them come up in a few sectors like telephone calls, telecommunication. We've seen it.
It's NCC that does that.
Yeah, the NCC does that. They also raise alarm good because it's in the news where we've seen them raise alarm, and a few other sectors, they just raise alarm, then they go back to bed. And we've not really been seeing them active, especially in this. And it's not good because it's saying that they are non-existent. And if they are consumer protection, they really need to protect. Probably maybe this is one of these airfares and the hike in airfares. Maybe this is one of the reasons why it is even called Dirty December, because I don't see why it is even called dirty. Anyways, it should be clean. Because
the spelling,
and we don't want this dirt.
The spellings are different.
Quite a dirt.
Calm down. The spellings are different.
I mean, the pronunciation is the same.
The spellings are different. Leave our Dirty December to us, please. Don't spoil it. Now let's get to industrial banking. The federal government has approved a new Bank of Industry headquarters. Okay.
In Lagos.
Yes, the Federal Executive Council has approved the design and construction of a new headquarters for the Bank of Industry at Eco Atlantic City, Lagos. Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, Senator John Eno, disclosed this on Wednesday while briefing journalists after the FEC meeting chaired by President Bola Tinubu in Abuja. This particular move aligns with the government's broader push to modernize Nigeria's industrial and financial infrastructure. The new BOI headquarters is expected to enhance institutional capacity, improve operational efficiency, and reflect Nigeria's evolving financial landscape. It also underscores Eco Atlantic rising profile as a hub for major corporate and government development. New infrastructure in the same budget for 2026 that we are looking for 17-point-something trillion to be borrowed and paying debt with 15-point-something trillion. Okay, now, dear executive, handsome gentlemen, the present headquarters of Bank of Industry is not far from us right now. We can just step out of the window and looking at that beautiful place. Should we be talking about another building right now? Or an establishment that is not making money?
This is a very misplaced priority. This is the kind of things you find in the budget that saddens your heart, especially when you look at the number of out-of-school children, if you look at the level of insecurity that we have. This is a very misplaced priority. I don't see any reason why we need it other than to develop Eco Atlantic real estate, which the president has an interest in because it's his brainchild, it's his vision. So this is not allegedly, it's his brainchild, it's his vision. So for everybody that envision something, they want to see it to fruition, they want to see their vision come alive. So I feel like the head of Bank of Industry might be patronizing the president. And it should not be at the expense of Nigerians. It should not be at the expense of out-of-school children. It should not be at the expense of villages and states that are being taken over by bandits, kidnappers, and Boko Haram. We should prioritize our needs, especially when our resources is very, very limited. We should not be finding projects like this in our budget.
Okay, Priye, is this particular project a critical infrastructure that the country needs right now?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Yes, you will.
SOUQs.
Yes, you will.
However, what I'm going to say in this is this. Institutional performance. Institutions. The National Assembly is going to have this budget. So when it lands on the table of the National Assembly members, both the Senate and the House of Representatives, they should put on their goggles like SOUQ says.
Have you called your House of Rep and Senator to tell them?
And even if they belong to the same political party, and said, I'm so sorry, we cannot take up this project. We already have one in Lagos.
And it's still very fine.
Good. We can't do it. Do they have the wherewithal to say that? Institutional failure. So of course, it could be for personal reasons that he has personal interest. There's an interest of beautifying that specific landscape, Lagos, and all of that. But yes, Is it for national interest? Does it promote the economic viability of the nation at large? For Lagos, yes. For Atlantic Coast, yes. But for Nigerians, okay. Now, the National Assembly should play their role. They should play their role.
We have a role to play too.
Yes.
As the fourth leg of democracy.
That is what we are doing.
We need to, nudge the National Assembly to stand up to their responsibility. This kind of items should not be found in our budget at this time.
Okay, so the Minister of Budget and National Planning, right?
The minister has only come to say that yes, they've given a nod to it.
Did he advise the president that, sir, we shouldn't go this road because we have other more pressing needs that we can use this money to do? Did he do that?
Okay, now this is Bank of Industry.
So that's why I'm telling you. That's why the first conversation we had, we were talking about Mayfield, we were talking about the minister of the governor for the central bank, we were talking about the board, the head of the board, and the dichotomy, their roles that they were supposed to play independently. And I told you from the onset, who's their boss? That settles it. Sometimes they don't have that say. But who should have the say? An institution like the National Assembly.
Okay, the National Assembly, which we hope they will do. But I will also push it to you. Please call your senator in your House of Rep and let him know your stance. Let him know your stance. Now, let's ask this specific question. 10% of the cost they will likely use in building that particular infrastructure. What if they take it and put it back into their operational cost and give it to people, infrastructures, SMEs, industries that are looking for money to expand, scale, or work?
That's what we need to be doing. So they need to, there is no enough impact of the Bank of Industry. I believe an average Nigerian cannot point to any business or any project that is done by a beneficiary of Bank of Industry. And if this has been an agency that has been established for a couple of decades, they need to do more, and this should not be the reason they are coming to the headline. We should find them in the headline for more positive reasons, for the impact they are having in the industry, in the economy, and on the lives of Nigerians, not them trying to build a second headquarters within a 20-mile radius from the previous, in the same state, the same local government. I mean, different local government, but within 20-mile radius, within 10 miles radius. Is ridiculous at this time when 50% of our revenue is going to servicing debt. We cannot be spending, these scarce resources on projects that are not pressing, that are not.
Okay, so it's not 50%. I think it's about 40-something%. So, and also, I think the government...
The devil is in the details.
No.
Somebody should watch Pray for me, please.
So I think the government should become more aggressive. If
Which government should become more aggressive?
The current administration should be more aggressive in allowing SMEs to access loans, to access grants from the Bank of Industry. The operations of that institution is too close. It's too close. And whenever... If there's any policy on ground for people to access, for SMEs and small businesses, entrepreneurs to access that specific loans or those grants, it should be made so open in a way that anybody can apply. And this is the time, and what I mean anybody can apply, not just apply, but also get it.
Mr. Priye, we discussed this a couple of weeks back. Bank of Industry, a lot of people can access their money when it's within 10 million, 2 million, 3 million. But you see the billions is usually cronies of governments that get it, and we don't get to see their project. And Nigerians have potential. Young Nigerian graduates under 30, under 40 have funded multi-million-dollar companies. Most of the fintechs are owned by young Nigerians under 40. They got their investment from angel investors from Europe, from America. What is Bank of Industry doing? Which is the next idea from the fintech, from tech, their bank of industry is putting money into. That is where we need to mount pressure on them. They have documentaries all over the place where you see different Nigerians from every state that will say, oh, I didn't even know they were going to give me. But these are 2 million, 3 million, 7 million that cannot really impact the economy. Yeah, it touches the life of those people and their family and maybe their immediate community. But these are not the kind of, turnaround we need for our economy. We need more multi-million-dollar businesses that can turn our economy around. That's the what back of industry needs to focus their transparency on. But what we see is the people that get the 10 billion, the 5 billion, the 7 billion dollars are cronies of politicians, and we don't get to see the businesses that those money were funded with.
Okay. While we look forward to better tomorrow, better work, better functioning, let's get to power distribution. Nigeria's power grid suffers fresh drop in capacity. Nigeria's national grid continued its downward slide in November 2025 as new data from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission showed another drop in available generation capacity. According to the November operational performance fact sheet released on Thursday, plant availability fell to 41%, down from 42% in October. Out of 13,625 megawatts installed across 28 grid-connected plants, only 5,544 megawatts was available for dispatch. Despite improved output from top-performing hydro and gas plants, the decline reflects lingering operational challenges, underinvestment, and maintenance lapses in the power sector. Analysts warn that the falling and failing availability threatens industrial productivity and energy access, underscoring the urgent need for grid modernization and improved generation efficiency. This is one particular story we've gone over and over and over again. When are we going to stop having this kind of stories?
We need some governors to bite the bullet, to actually shows that. I feel like power generation, the federal government has done, taking a giant step in deregulating that sector. And
okay, the Electricity Act?
Yes.
Okay.
And, making it possible for private individuals and
government, local government,
and local government, subnationals to be able to generate their own electricity. And we've seen what geometry is doing in Abia State.
Yeah, but there's a problem there, transmission.
But it's a work in progress. It's not where we used to be. We've moved from point A to point B.
Okay.
And it worked for some time. For like 2 years, it worked. If they have a bottleneck, I'm sure they will fix it. But it's a model that can work. And we've seen in the previous administration in Lagos State and other states, even Kwara State, governors invested in power plants. Right now, we need a governor that can demonstrate how he can generate electricity, even if it's for their industrial sites in the state, and actually make money from it. Because I believe if we are generating electricity at the subnational level, it's going to be cheaper than what we currently have at the federal government. Because I'm not convinced that the technology at which we're generating our electricity, which is as old as 50, 80 years, the new technology won't be more cost effective than an 80-year-old technology. I strongly believe that there is a new technology and solution that is going to be cost effective, which means if I'm a governor and I generate electricity for my industrial park, I'm not even looking at the entire state. I believe factories can come and pay for my electricity, and it can be a source of revenue for me, for my states. So we need to start doing that. So by doing that, you are reducing the burden on the national grid. So imagine if every state is removing all their industrial consumption from national grid, the pressure reduces. Then we'll now go to private estates, how they can do some hybrid generation. For example, in the Atlantic, they have a solar farm. So they run an hybrid system where they don't even experience power failure because the solar farm is merged with the national grid. and they're able to even store power from the national grid. So these are solutions that we should start doing from government agencies, from critical infrastructures like universities, general hospitals. We should start reducing the burden on the national grid because, you know, the legislation has been passed, the law has been passed, but the paper is just collecting dust. Nobody is really acting on it. And we felt that's the game changer. That is what we really need to change the landscape and, you know, the architecture of our power generation. But nobody is acting on it. And it's such a shame.
Okay, Priye, let's get to you right now. You keep hammering on governors of the South, governors of the Southeast, coming out to build this particular bull that the horn is stuck in the ticket. Can we start seeing changes? The federal government has saddled themselves with this particular case for as long as we can remember. And now they've said, states, come and play. Local governments, come and play. Why are we still seeing this drawback till now?
Sometimes the capacity of those two levels of government to play might be limited as well. That doesn't mean they don't have the capacity to play at some stage. Now, to say if subnationals are going to develop, it will become cheaper, I don't think that it will become cheap. Because the vicinity or the area for which we mentioned, the Eco-Atlantic, you look at the caliber of people that live in those places.
Eco-Atlantic is a different ball game.
It's a different ball game. There are some places that you go to develop and put such level of infrastructure. The government cannot, either the state government cannot do it all by itself. It will have to collaborate and partner with some private investors.
How much do you think it will take to put up a power plant?
To partner with some private investors who are going to put up the required infrastructure. Okay. And of course, they are going to set a specific number of years for which they are going to, you know,
recoup their investment.
Recoup their investment, both their investment and return of investment, and probably hand it over to the state, probably within the space of 10, 15 years, as the case may be. Okay. But that's going to mean that because they want to recoup their investment, they are also going to give priority to the category of people who have the financial capacity to pay for that.
Are we looking at category of people, or we are looking at numbers?
We're looking at numbers, but we're also looking at the kind of people, the kind of entities that will be able to afford it. And we see it also playing in the real estate or housing sector industry. So we know that when private hands are involved, except the government in the negotiation table at the initial stage are going to set the bounds that look, our target, yes, we have both the rich, which are those categories of people, but we need these people at the local level to have access to this as well. So that is why data is very, very important. And if the government partners with private institutions or private organizations and they put up such a massive investment on ground, and the number of people that will come and take and to pay and use those services are few, and because the reason why, because the expense is high up there, it might almost want to defeat the purpose and the reason for its establishment, except the subnational government would say, okay, for within this period of time, for these years, we are going to subsidize power for this category of people. For this category of people, and not for the Ikoyi kind of category of people, but for these people at the head of society, we are going to subsidize their own level of power. And it's going to require some level of technology, infrastructure, and data for them to be able to single out those category of people for which they will be earning that specific subsidy, and the category of people that will not be entitled to that subsidy. That's the way and manner they can go about it. This government should go to Redeem Camp. How did you do it? They should go to some other private organization to ask them, how did you do it? How are you doing it? If they can replicate same model at different states.
Okay. Priye, now I think I will join you to stroke those embers of calling out governors from your side of the country. And let's face some facts. We've seen the construction of power plants across the country. Obasanjo tried doing it before he left. A whole lot of corruption and the cap dollars issue cropped up. But right now, a lot of them came up. Gereku came up. The ones in Mambila Plateau is still there. Independent people came up. There is one in Ondo by their delegates. There's several, one in Edo and Co. But now, if you look at all this, the major thing they are all waiting for and clamoring for is gas supply. And they are waiting for a national gas line, which currently is being constructed to supply gas. Now, hold on. Now, we have the state of the Niger Delta, the state where gas is directly being, not domiciled now, is being fled in front of you. Why have they not thought of it as, okay, good and fun, we can actually invest here. We don't need any 20, 100 or 1,000 kilometer piping to move gas. It is just by our doorstep. Why have we as a people not pushed these governors of ours to do this? Okay. If geometrics can do it, and another issue is this, there are oil fields not far from where that particular plant is. We can kill two stones with one bird. There is an oil field there, there is a gas plant here, there is what's it called? A generation plant, not far away. So this issue of storage and movement is killed. If all these states can do it, imagine the amount of stress that will go off the national grid.
See, the decline in power production, will retard Nigeria's drive for industrialization, and that is a fact. And this brings us back to leadership. If you look at most governors, not only from the south or the southeastern part of the country, across the country, only few governors, only few states have economic plans that can outlive their tenure in office.
Okay. I think you've answered the question.
And it is a grave leadership issue that we need to address.
Okay. While we address this, we still look forward to, not just we on this side, but you on the other side, rising up and asking questions. There are issues that can be sorted out without a whole lot of noise, but we prefer politicking. Streaming platform saga. This has come. DSTV is caught in, okay, now, they won't pay us. But hey, they are caught in this particular crossfire as Netflix issue Paramount and battle for Warner deal, the digital satellite TV, the one that operates around this particular place, is finding itself squeezed amid intense competition between streaming giants Netflix and Paramount. Both are vying to secure Warner Bros. Content rights. Now, this particular battle for the lucrative Warner deal highlights the shifting landscape of entertainment consumption in Africa, where on-demand streaming platforms are rapidly gaining ground over traditional pay TV providers like. Industry insiders say the outcome could reshape content availability, pricing, and review loyalty as DSTV faces mounting pressure to innovate and retain subscribers in a fiercely contested market. We can't talk about this enough. It's either you are evolving or you're dying. This is where we are. This is where we are right now. And I think some time ago, this particular issue came up on our platform and someone tweeted about it and the chairman decided to just, hey, we'll go a step further. But right now, DSTV is also getting the squeeze. Consumption of, be it all content, media content is going away from our boxed up static television to on-the-move content.
I think this might be a blessing in disguise for Africa politically and for our media industry. And why do I say this? Let's look at DSTV, for example. They have about 500 channels. DSTV is a predominantly African network with 500 channels. Only about 50 are African channels. Now, if everybody in Africa, all the 50 countries in Africa are watching DSTV, and they only get to watch only 50 channels that are Africans, that employ Africans, that tell African stories. So look at us from political standpoint. Look at us from economic standpoint. If Africa now gets to tell their own stories, and it's possible. For example, when the Middle East, when the Arabs, they got tired of CNN telling their own stories, they founded Al Jazeera. Today, BBC has 300 million viewers. CNN has 200 million. Al Jazeera has 100 million. So they get to tell their own side of stories. And we can see that in the turnaround of the image of the Middle East and the Arabs. Yeah. People now see them as approachable. More businesses now go to the Middle East because they get to tell their own stories. So now, this challenge will now force DSTV to put money in the pocket of TV networks to now say, tell global news. We are going to fund you to have Mr. Priye reporting for you in New York. We'll put Mr. Chooks reporting for you in Russia. So we can tell global news at real time. And we'll be able to tell our stories as Africans. We'll be able to sell ourselves. Because nobody can sell our stories better. CNN and BBC, they are not telling our stories the best way it is. If Lagos was an European state, the way CNN and BBC are going to sell our Dirty December and our tourism is going to be out of the world. And the kind of revenue we'll be receiving is going to, you can't tell, but what do we see? When it was time for Dirty December, CNN and BBC will come to report to say, hey, don't go to Nigeria, you might get kidnapped. So we are being sabotaged by, we just think we are enjoying entertainment, but we are being stifled and being sabotaged politically and economically. So I feel like this might be a great blessing for us because we will be forced to wear the big boy pants and tell story in a global way that can compete with Al Jazeera, with CNN, with BBC. And when it comes to our movies, we'll be able to, I mean, look at what's happening in music. Nobody watches MTV. MTV is closing shop forever because everybody now watch Hip TV and Sound City because we're able to step up and make global level of production in music and our visuals. The same thing with movies. So the only thing Warner Bros. Is offering that we don't really have right now is CNN that is telling news. And we will be forced to do that. We will be forced to develop our sport and the sport production such that we can enjoy it the way we enjoy Premiership. We will be forced to develop our stadiums. And so I feel like it might be a blessing that will force us to develop so many industries and tell our stories the best way it should be told.
Priye?
Yes.
Do you share
Oh, yes, I do. And let me quickly point out one example, and that's for China. I listened to Victor Gawe. I was having a conversation with Stephen SOUQ of the BBC Hard Talk, and the accusation leveled against China and Victor Gawe was that there's this repressive nature in China. You are not promoting democracy, and there's this authoritarianism and dictatorial, tyrannical disposition. And he said this, and he said all those narrative, he said all those narrative are the kind of narrative that the BBC is pushing, and that it is not true. And Stephen SOUQ said, well, you shut down the BBC in China, and you refuse the BBC. How can you close down a media outfit? And Victor Gawe said, look, you, BBC, shut down the CGTN in London. So let the CGTN operate freely there. We are going to allow the BBC to operate here. Africa does not have that voice. We need to have it, and we can't have it if making economic decisions, we do not. Sometimes this game is just psychological. And you just need, even though you're at a disadvantage, you respond in a specific way when it comes to global politics. Because if you don't, you will be seen as, they will trample all over you. And China refused for some years back. Now you look at where it had got them. And we need to do that. And it is only the media that can tell African stories differently and accurately from another clime. I think we're making little progress, but it's quite minimal to our expectation.
Narrative matters a lot, and the way you project and sell yourself matters a lot. So Africa, I hope this should be the rising and the wake-up call. Now let's get to our last story for today, and it has to do with Trump shaping things around. Monetary policy. Trump has unveiled 1 million fast-track residency immigration plan. President has launched a controversial immigration initiative offering prospective people. Pretty shaking his head.
I like this
offering prospective People, foreigners, wealthy individuals expedited U.S. residency in exchange for $1 million payment. Now, unveiling at the White House roundtable on Wednesday, the Trump Gold Card program introduces a premium pathway to green card access, making a sharp departure from the administration's previous tough stance on immigration. Okay, we have a short time. It's $1 million and you have a U.S. green card.
It's not a new policy, but I like Trump. Trump understands the media. He tries to own all the narrative. There's a policy that says when you have investments of about $800,000, every few years they review it. I think he started from, if you have a real estate or any investment of about $300 and it has been reviewed over the years up to $800,000. And when Trump came in, he was going to put it at $5 million. And he even went to the news to say, oh, people are already buying the gold card. But in essence, nobody was ready to pay $5 million to live in the United States, because even there's a statistics that shows that the wealthiest people in the United States are moving to Europe and Middle East, Dubai and Saudi Arabia. Then he is coming back to bring the news to say, hey, discount Black Friday from $5 million, $1 million, live in America. So as African, as Nigerians, this is something that we need to look forward to, how we can make our country safe, how we can make our country very livable, such that people will be willing to pay us $1 million to live within our shores.
Okay, so create $1 million.
The equivalent of that in Naira.
1.5 billion Naira.
Yes.
That's serious. Okay. Create $1 million Naira and you're in Alaska.
Naira in Alaska.
$1 million or you're in Alaska.
Alaska? $1 million. I thought you said Naira.
$1 million and you're in Alaska.
So,
are you moving?
Let me like Trump first. I said I like him. Because this guy is not just a president. You know,
he's what?
He knows what he's doing. We are going to, even before now, we know that Europe and America, when they are allowing people to come into their country, they don't just bring, financially they expect you to be at the level where you will not become burdened. What is Trump selling? He's selling security. He's selling all the protection that has been established in America by the government there to people. And not just people that will not come and be a liability to the government, people that have the capacity to also provide jobs, to also have investment outside the country, and they are bringing the investment and whatever they are recouping from their investment into America. That's what they are doing. And it's making it's boasting and say, look, hey, the previous administration, shall change America. We are here in just 1 year, we have made $21 trillion. What is it telling you? It's telling you that, look, come next year, we are not going to charge people. Is it an income tax? I mean, that we are making lots of money from the tariff, and that's how it should be. So we should be learning a lot from these people, and not just look at Trump and say, no, we just want him to go. No, please emulate a good thing and let's imbibe it in Nigeria. We see the Chinese trooping into Nigeria. No, China, $1 billion, $1.5 billion, 1.5 billion Naira will give you a green card in Nigeria. After all, our color is green. So,
Priya is marketing right now, and it's all good. To everyone out there, remember that this is our country and it's our responsibility to grow it. And grow it we will. Thank you very much for being part of SBL. From Monday all the way to Friday, you've been the best. Remember, follow us on all our social media channels, on all of it. Go to SOUQ News Television, SOUQ News Television, on all of it, be it on X, on Facebook, on TikTok, LinkedIn too, and let this communication, the conversation continue. Thank you very much. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Do have yourself a beautiful weekend. Priya?
And I'm Priya Kromale. Good morning to you. Have yourself a splendid weekend.
Mukta, I want to wish you Juma Mubarak and go enjoy a beautiful weekend ahead.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here, that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10 square kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eko City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eko Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eko Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eko Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Hospitality is a very interesting and dynamic industry. Hospitality industry, very interesting and dynamic. And as we know, we have global best practices, that are acceptable. It's just like norms that are acceptable in the industry. So when you talk about global best practices, it encompasses a lot of things, a lot of dimension, in terms of technology, in terms of service delivery, in terms of training and retraining of staff, even the recruitment, onboarding of staff. There's so many things involved when you talk about global best practices. Well, let me just say the main challenge we have in this climb is orientation, education. In this climb, many people go into the hospitality business without much information about what they are about to go into. You see, the problem with us in this climb is education. You see, many of our hotel owners are not properly educated before going into the business. I've had series of experiences on the field where some people must have wasted fortune, and they will now realize that they need consultants. And by that time, let me say it may be late already. Before you go into any business, get to understand, how it works. The hotel business is a very complex business. Like globally, the trend is making sure your guests' expectations are exceeded. And so many, the technology is employed in making sure this is possible. You won't believe that up to now, we still have some of our local brands. In fact, most of our local brands have not even adopted the PMS. PMS is property management software, where you right from the guest arrival, in fact, right from online, by the time you are checking online to know about the hotel, their products and all that, right from online to when you get to the front desk and throughout all your experiences, all these things are captured by a software, makes the experience so robust and all that. Up till now, many of our local brands still find it difficult to adopt this PMS. To them, it's expensive. To them, they don't see any reason for it. And this is what makes, it improves guest experiences. It makes you satisfy your guests. You even exceed their expectations. Makes just at a point, just on the touch of a button, things are already happening. In the Western world, they're already going into, AI, right from CRM, customer relations management, service, CRS, and all that. They're already exploring using AI and all that. Here we are still on biro and paper. How do you compare the brands? The local brands are built around the owners. The owner, tells you either he is knowledgeable or not about the business. He runs it like a one-man business. And at the demise of the owner, the business dies. Unlike the global brands. The owners of Marriott are long gone. And Marriott keeps multiplying all over the globe. Right now, they have about more than 1.5 million properties all over the world. They have acquired Sheraton here in Lagos, even 4 Point by Sheraton. You see them expanding. What is the secret? It's all about process, system. When there's no process, there's no system, then you are planning to fail. And it's a common saying that when you don't plan, you're already planning to fail. When there's no planning, many of them go into the business without proper feasibility studies. You know, a young man came in from diaspora, was not just last year, to invest in this same hospitality business, set up a lounge on the island. You won't believe it. 6 months, 100 million was gone. And he had to pack up and return back again. So what is happening? Why is it that the global brands are thriving and our own brands are not thriving? Meanwhile, we should even have some advantages over the global brands because it is natural. We are naturally hospitable. It is our nature in Africa. You know, hospitality, Africa is hospitality, hospitality is Africa. You know, so all we need to do is to get the formal training and convert our virtue, hospitality virtue, into in a professional way and run the business professionally. Well, actually, it's not by the quality. We still have some boutique hotels, you know, that are doing very well in the country. They are already trying as much as possible to, you know, follow the global best practices. You know, it's not until your hotel is so massive and big before you can exceed your guest satisfaction, you know. No. Even if it's just 7 rooms, you can still have a brand that can be reckoned with. You know, a brand is not until it's massive before you can say you have a brand. You can have a brand even in a small hotel. You can create a brand. So it's not about of course, we have some hotels that takes care of the middle class and they are doing it perfectly well. But what I'm just saying is majority of them are not doing it well because they have refused to adopt the tech. They have refused, you know, to follow, you know, good processes. They don't care about training. As far as they are concerned, the staff are just slaves. They use them and dump them. You know, they believe that if they don't do well, fire them, hire another person. You know, your business will be going in circles. You have to create a kind of linear graph, not the one that will just go up and fall down again. You know, try, you know, to train your staff. Like I always tell people, if you don't train them, don't blame them. Because, you can't imagine spending billions of naira to erect a structure in the name of a hotel, and you cannot even onboard your staff properly. Most of them, they just employ anyhow, put their relatives, and they start running. There is no onboarding program, no vision, no mission, no core values, no SOPs, and as far as they're concerned, they are running a business. You know, when the owner is not around, nothing can happen. And the guests are complaining. Why is it that you don't have these things in stock? You cannot tell them that our MD is not around, that's why he has not released money. That should be budget. You run such businesses on budget. If he has to release money, he releases the money, you know, as at when the budget is ready and the budget is funded. So the business runs on autopilot. It doesn't have to be there.
But most of these local brands, they want to be there to see everything, and it's not possible. It's not possible. Or else, like I said, at the demise of the owner, the business dies. What is the secret behind the companies like Coca-Cola, and all the Marriotts of this world, the Sheraton, etc.? What's the secret? It's because they have process and they have a system. So once there's no process, you're just wasting your time. So and like I always say, a brand is built. It does not come by accident. There has to be intention. It has to be deliberate. You have to be deliberate about building a brand. Well, the truth is, staff will always leave where they are not well treated. One thing is to say you are training. Another thing is the environment conducive for them? They are not animals. If they are well treated, they will stay. They receive training. They see a future in the organization. There's nothing like staff handbook. You don't even know your rights. You don't know your privileges. You don't know where the company's right stops and where yours starts. You don't know whether you are entitled to leave or not. In fact, that one is in the hotels. In our climb here, there is nothing like leave. You treat them anyhow. Why will they stay? But go and check out those local brands that have adopted these global best practices. Their staff are not going because they see a future. And the issue of trust, you're talking about trust. It's not peculiar with the local brands. If money can be stolen in the local brands, it can be stolen in the international brands. But the difference is the process. You see, like most of our clients, when we try to consult for, when we take over, I always tell them, look, let's put a system in place. Increase their salaries. Let their salaries be enough. Then those that were there with the wrong intention, by the time the systems are in place, they will leave because they know they cannot steal. Recently, in one of the hotels I consult for, somewhere in Ogun State, we recruited the maintenance officer, and they overheard him talking on phone that, it's like there are no lapses here. Barely 7 days. He was already looking for, lapses to explore. And that he has to leave. You won't believe, within a week, he has already given us a notice that he's resigning. Why? Because there's a system in place. Use this PMS we are talking about. Property management software. It has different modules. You have the front desk module, you have the restaurant and bar modules, you have the accounting module, the inventory module, different modules, and they all work together. It's a central thing. Even the HR module, whereby you onboard your staff on the software. Right on the software, you know whether their documents are complete or not. Those that are 80% complete, what are the outstanding documents, the guarantors, and all those things. But most of these people, when you tell them, it's alien to them. They don't believe it's workable here. All theirs is, and another thing, another dimension, another thing I noticed about our local owners is, how much was your sales yesterday? The next thing is he has taken everything. He's going to party. No future. The business has no future. And when the employees see you spend like that, see you behave like that, you are also tempting them to start behaving like that, to go into the money if they have the opportunity to, because they don't have a future in that business. They know their future is not guaranteed. Tomorrow the business might fold up because of the recklessness of the owner. You're building a business. Allow it to grow. Nurture it. Let it grow. Let it grow. Let me break it down. Like when I say the front desk module, the module has a lot of features whereby when your guest walks in, or either online, you can book online, and it will reflect right there. You can book right from London. You go to the website, the hotel's website, and right from the comfort of your bedroom, you are seeing the different categories of rooms, just as if you are already in the hotel. And you are seeing the attached rack rates. And you make a pick. And as you pick, you have the option of payments. And as you make the payment, you have reserved the date and a future date, and you make the payment. As soon as you make the payment, it reflects right in the hotel on the front desk. For example, you picked room 107, and somebody else walks into the front desk and says, I want room 107. Sorry, it will show that it's no more available, even though you didn't see the guests, but it's been paid for online. Can't you see it makes life easy? It increases, improves the guest experiences. It makes your potential guests or your guests happy. Makes things easy for them. So you can achieve that online. You can also achieve it by walking into the front desk, and you can make a reservation. All you need to do is check the rooms. You don't even need to go around and looking at the rooms. It's displayed for you at the front desk. You have it on the screen. You see the different categories of room. You make a pick, and you make payment. Now, when you make payment, a receipt is generated immediately. Another thing is, that's what you call door integration. When you're talking about fraud, you integrate your door. That's the card system, not the iron key, the card system. You integrate it with your software in such a way that once a card is activated, because once payment is made, the card is activated automatically. The owner already gets an alert. In some software, it's called MRS, Management Report System, that a room has been sold. Either you are there or not. It's as clear, as simple as that. You don't need to come, and some owners will come and sit down at the reception to see what is happening. No, you don't even need a camera. Everything is automated. No room can be opened. You can't access any room without the card being activated. And the card cannot be activated except payment is made. It's only the payment that activates the card. Can you see that control? So now another question comes. What about when you want to clean the room? How do you get the card? That's what you call, MasterCard, or floor card and all that, depending. Now, personally, I advise my clients, you don't activate a MasterCard to work indefinitely, to work anytime, anyhow. We have hours of cleaning. So your MasterCard is activated to work. For example, the checkout time is 12 o'clock. So you activate it in such a way that it's only active between 12 and certain maybe 3 o'clock or so. Every daily. Once it is 3, you cannot access the room with the MasterCard again. You can see the tech we are talking about. So you can't access any room again. And again, we have energy saving lights, whereby it's only that same card that can power the lights and the TV and the AC in the room. No guest wants to check into a room without the AC working, without the TV working. So it's only that same card that can power the systems. So you won't check me in by 1 o'clock because you have access to MasterCard. And by 3 or 4, once your card is no more active, I'm in darkness. You know? And again, you can always generate a report from the front desk that will tell you how many times, you know, the kind of permit, the entrance, whether the room was opened with the MasterCard or it was opened with, you know, with a guest card. Right from the report you see. And when you go to the report and you see that MasterCard open at this time, you say, what happened? Why? Who was the person that accessed the room? So you don't need to be there. A particular client of mine was trying to lease out his hotel, which I always strongly advise against, on the island because he was relocating to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, you know. So I advised him against it. Why do you want to? I've told you to install a PMS since. This will give you some level of comfort because his main reason is that I'm here, right under my nose. They are still stealing. When I leave, what will happen? You don't need to. And thank God he was able to take the advice. We installed the PMS and he saw the difference. Don't, you know, don't underestimate your guests. Even forget the color. They may be black, but they are well traveled. They've been to America, they've been to Europe, they've been to, you know, Dubai. They've lodged in the best hotels in the world, and they know what good service is. So don't think you can just give them any kind of service anyhow. They have an expectation. For every, you know, rack rate, for every money paid, there is a value, an expected value attached to it. Why is it that you see some guests, they lodge in 5-star hotels, they pay as much as 1 million naira, 700,000, 500,000 a night, and when they wake up in the morning, because of the kind of treatment, when they are checking out, you still see them giving out tips. They are happy. Meanwhile, this same set will go to some local brands, maybe as a result of lack of availability of such class of hotel in their village or in some, I mean, they have a function somewhere, and they pay just 30,000 naira, and you see them complaining and quarreling and getting angry, agitated, you know. Why? Because of the service. 30,000 has a value, an expected value. Same thing with 500,000 naira. If he had paid 500,000 naira in a 5-star hotel and he didn't get the attached value, he will complain. But he paid 30,000 and he could not even sleep at night, mosquito, all through the night. The AC is not working. Why? Because there is no process, no system. All these ACs and all these things, they all have, you know, you have a kind of maintenance worksheet, maintenance plan. It does not have to break down before you start repairing it. You know, you maintain them. When the generator has worked for so number of hours, it must be serviced. How often do we check all these things in our local brands? Because there's even no system, no SOP, nothing in place. You just open and start running. It's not done anywhere. I gave an example of someone who brought in 100 million naira and the whole thing disappeared. You know, let me say, what we should know is that money is inflammable. The whole thing went in flames. That's how I will put it, within 6 months. Why? Because there was no due process. There was no planning. He didn't understand what he was coming to do. He just dabbled into it. You know, in my book, which I'll be launching soon in my event coming up. I call it ABC of creating a great hospitality brand, you know. Simple, you know, steps of creating a brand, you know. I mean, I made reference to such owners as accidental owners, you know. You just inherited a property, or you felt, okay, what is moving now? What can we do? They say hotel is bringing in money, jackpot. Many people have gone into it and they've gotten their fingers burnt. So I will advise investors, if you want to invest, do proper feasibility study. Do proper feasibility study. Well, let me give you an example, a practical example. One of my clients started a 23-rooms hotel in Delta, you know, and according to him, it's almost 3-4 years now. According to him, he spent about 400 million naira. He's smiling today. Right now, there is no day that he does not have a turnover. You can do something smaller, even with 100 million, you know. Yes, it depends. I just gave a practical example. You know of people that have just 7 rooms, and they are making their money every day because they've done, I mean, their due diligence. No, definitely, you know, it will reflect on your pricing. And once, like I always tell people, it's value for value. I can't be forced to sell my room 10,000 naira because my neighbor is selling for 10,000 naira. You know, I can sell mine for 40,000 naira and still be fully booked. While the one that is selling for 10,000 naira is not even attracting any guests. Why? Because the 10,000 naira will try to say, okay, when it is 12, we turn off the gen because we want to conserve energy. We don't have money to buy diesel and all that. Start rationing. No guests will feel comfortable. You know, these guests, even in their personal homes, they enjoy 24 hours light. They enjoy themselves. Then you now come, you know, to a hotel where you should relax and be able to think properly. And they are telling you they are turning off the gen because they don't want to sell the room high. I'll tell my clients, sell it high, but create the value. When the value is there, make sure you recover your costs. You have to impute all these things, you know, into your costing. Many of them don't even believe there is need for a revenue manager. Apart from the normal manager, you have a revenue manager. You know, you have cost accountants, you know, apart from the main accountant, people that are in charge of costing. You're selling a plate of food for 7,000 naira. What is the cost? Many of them don't know. And like I said, most of this software takes care of all these things. You know, the recipes are there in the software, you know, all programmed. So when you have sold a plate of rice, you already know how much is your profit on it. It comes to that. So we have to be very analytical. Yeah, majorly it's let me say government policies. It affects, you know, like in Lagos State now, we talk of consumption tax. Then the federal will still come and say you should pay VAT, which is repetition. Consumption tax is 5%. Then the federal government is asking for 7.5. Is that not 12.5? How? How do you survive? You understand? So these are challenges, and that's one of the reasons, you know, for the vision for my program, which will be coming up in September, you know. It's called Hotel Owners Dinner Outreach. You know, it sort of creates an environment where you have the policymakers You have the stakeholders, the investors, the owners of hotel, the practitioners, all come together under one roof. Then we dialogue, look at the investment climb, look at the challenges, we rub minds together, and we come up with solutions, possible solutions. Like you cannot be up there churning out rules. You are so far from the players. You don't even know, you can't feel them. You don't know what they are going through. A client of mine, the road to his hotel is terrible, very terrible. And it's hardly having guests. And this government arm will come and pay consumption tax. Another will pay advert, another will pay different kinds of local government will come and ask for their own, So like this year's edition, we are bringing in the number one taxman in the state, for example, will be we call it investment roundtable, will be in the panel. We have a representative of the international brand, that's the owners of Marriott Hotel in GRA, Ikeja, He'll be in the panel too. And we have the permanent secretary, tourism, who will be in the panel. So we'll bring them together. Then we have consultants, practitioners of over 40 years in the industry in that same panel. That's the president of AFCON. AFCON is Association of Tourism and Hospitality Consultants in Nigeria. He'll be in the panel. All of them. So let us discuss. Let's feel each other's pain. Let us understand. The government, tell us why you are taxing us like this and all that. So that's one challenge. Another one is power. Of course, there's nothing we can do about that. It's a national thing, and until it is solved nationally, we'll keep generating our own. While we always advise that, owners should look at, solar, which is environmental friendly. That's even the way, hospitality is going. We talk about sustainability, in hospitality, social, economic, and environmental. Those are other issues again, another topic entirely, maybe for another day. We should just keep it professional. Whatever you are doing, keep it professional. You're building a brand, always remember that a brand is a promise. Make sure you always keep it. A brand is an experience. Always improve the experience. A brand is a reputation. Maintain it.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency, and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the chief executive officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees, including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance, play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian tax administration bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collected. Customs, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill is passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the said Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the said revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, we should have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. And it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own. I have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect, but they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the joint revenue board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it become act, become a law of itself, so the joint revenue board will now be more powerful than what we know before as joint tax board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my concern is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those imposition of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are relying on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country, but could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my region, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you're looking for a job. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses. Because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing. that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, one VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some states than in some other states. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the chat card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That will go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the cross of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Not previously. Right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
The deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now, as they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, So now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or service. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation have been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion that they will just go back to pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy, and that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. On 2030 and thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences, and they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM company, banks, insurance company, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NELFON. So NELFON is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NELFON, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NELFON. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NELFON will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. It is only NELFON that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all these 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent are going to working on target. How can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NELFON, even before transferring everything to NELFON, NELFON is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attain university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as third point is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government, because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself, and then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds, because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either take point to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELPO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And the made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for checkpoint, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund, which is like reducing what third fund is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third fund is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%. Saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycles, etc. We give them 5%. And then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining. That will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small their contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I said, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Well, you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax. Yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you see 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure, but you can see some sign of it, and you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net, and then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are first to raise alarm, and they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. Okay, so I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State, in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of BAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by these bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
Drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age. because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what, I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the board of trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Lukbeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awushika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
Anthony Onyemachi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News here on SOUQ News Television. We are reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komalafe. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has reaffirmed a gas pipeline explosion near Tebijo, Okpele, and Ikpokpo communities in Baramatu Kingdom, Delta State. The incident occurred around 5:50 p.m. on Wednesday, causing a sudden pressure drop on the affected gas line. Officials said the source of the explosion remains unknown, pending a full technical investigation. The company stated that its emergency response team have been deployed to secure the area and protect nearby residents. It noted that safety procedures were immediately activated in collaboration with authorities and community leaders. The firm emphasized that environmental protection remains a top priority throughout the containment effort. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited reaffirmed its commitment to strict operational safety and transparent communication. It said more verified updates will be released as investigations progress and damage assessments are concluded. The company assured communities that all measures are being taken to minimize impact and restore stability. The Nigeria's maritime sector is set for a major overhaul as government prepares to launch the Nigeria Revenue Service in January 2026. The unified platform will consolidate revenue collection across major port agencies to eliminate duplication. Analysts say the reform could simplify compliance and strengthen accountability for operators. The Sea Empowerment Research Center described the initiative as transformative, but warned that success depends on transparent procedure and strict overhaul. They outlined sites, risks linked to public distrust and possible misuse of private consultants in revenue processes. The group urged governments to deploy safeguards that block leakages and protect national assets. The think tank proposed measures including open bidding, real-time remittance, independent audits, and digital onboarding for small port businesses. It also called for phased rollout supported by security-sensitive exceptions for emergency operations. Stakeholders believe that the Nigeria Revenue Service could reshape maritime governance if executed with discipline and transparency. Away from that, Nigeria has commissioned 40 electricity-powered buses in Abuja under the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative to accelerate the nation's clean energy transition. The Minister of State for Gas said the rollout marks another bold step towards sustainable mobility. He noted that the initiative supports the government's commitment to cleaner fuel and modern transport systems. PCNG Chairman Ismail Hamid stressed that the program is designed to deliver cheaper and reliable mobility for ordinary Nigerians. He explained that charging stations will be powered by compressed natural gas and to reduce electricity concerns. He added that the buses will be deployed immediately to provide affordable transport during the festive season. Hamid also announced the launch of PCNG 2.0 to deepen gas utilization, expand charging infrastructure, and strengthen clean energy transport nationwide. He highlighted progress across value chains, renewed investment, and ongoing manufacturing efforts at Ajaokuta Industrial Park. He said the mission remains to build a resilient multi-energy ecosystem that lowers transport costs and position Nigeria as a clean mobility leader. And away from that, Indonesia expects to finalize tariff negotiations with the United States before the year end as senior officials prepare to resume discussions in Washington. The talks were briefly strained after the United States accused Jakarta of reversing earlier communication and commitment. Indonesia insisted the negotiations only required harmonizing specific language under the leaders' declaration. Senior Economic Minister Erlangga Hartarto confirmed both sides agreed to complete the remaining issues but withheld details due to a non-disclosure rule. Concerns emerged after questions about clauses requiring advance notice of Indonesia's future trade deals. Similar provisions already exist in Malaysia and Cambodia agreements, allowing the United States to restore tariffs if its interests are threatened. A final deal is critical for Indonesia as tariffs on its goods currently stand at 19% after previously reaching 32%. Jakarta reduced duties on nearly all United States products and removed non-tariff barriers to secure the current rates. Officials believe rapid conclusion of the negotiations will protect exports in textiles, footwear, and palm oil. Moving ahead, global oil prices edged higher earlier as traders reacted to rising concerns over Venezuelan supply disruptions following a United States tanker seizure. Brent crude traded at $61.60, while West Texas Intermediate stood at $57.90. 94 cents. Both benchmarks, however, remained set for a weekly loss of more than 3% due to cautious sentiments. Market analysts noted that expectations of easing supply pressures from possible Russia-Ukraine peace progress had initially driven selling. Fresh buying resumed after news that the United States was preparing to intercept more Venezuelan shipments, intensifying fears of reduced exports. Strategists warn that West Texas Intermediate could test the $55 level if a genuine peace agreement is secured. Broader uncertainties continue to weigh on the oil outlook, including shifting monetary policy signals after the latest United States interest rate cuts. International Energy Agency data shows global supply exceeding demand for 3.84 million barrels per day, contrasting with the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries' view of a more balanced 2026 market. Rising stockpiles in the United States further reinforce expectation of a softer short-term price environment. And that's the news this afternoon. Thank you for watching. Do follow us via social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. My name is Grace Komalafe, and coming up shortly is Just Africa. Stay with us.
In the heart of West Africa, where the Atlantic Ocean meets vibrant coastlines and cultural richness, lies a country that has long served as a bridge between tradition and modernity. Welcome to the Republic of Senegal. From its diverse languages to distinct cuisines and colorful attire, Senegal mirrors the broader identity of West Africa, a region shaped by history, resilience, and remarkable diversity. But among its neighbors, Senegal stands apart in a unique way. Since gaining independence from France in 1960, it has never experienced a military coup, a rarity in the region and a testament to its stable democratic legacy. Its capital, Dakar, hugs the coastline and is home to nearly a third of the country's population, around 5 million people. Though over 90% of Senegalese identify as Muslim, the nation's first president, Léopold Sédar Senghor, was a Catholic, a poet, and philosopher. Senghor played a pivotal role in post-colonial West Africa, founding the Federal Assembly after France's withdrawal. French remains the official language, a legacy of colonization, but it's Wolof, the voice of the streets, that rings loudest in the markets, homes, and music of Senegal. Economically, Senegal thrives on two pillars: peanuts and fish, with nearly 40% of its arable land dedicated to peanut cultivation and a strategic coastal location fueling a robust fishing industry. Agriculture and maritime life shape much of its economy and daily rhythms. Senegal's culinary culture is just as iconic, from Fiebondien, the beloved rice and fish dish, to the zesty yassa of marinated chicken or fish flavor tells a story. And in between meals, locals sip on national drinks made from natural sources like boye, the sweet nectar from the baobab fruit. Wander the streets and you will likely spot sheep and goats roaming freely, not as strays, but as symbols. During the Muslim festival at Tabaski, male sheep are offered as spiritual sacrifices, a deeply rooted tradition tied in faith and family. While football reigns across the continent in Senegal, a traditional form of wrestling called lamb shares the spotlight, and sometimes steals it. Considered a national sport, lamb draws crowds of over 70,000 during major bouts, with a mix of athleticism, rituals, and roaring support from devoted fans. But Senegal's legacy runs deeper than sport or tradition. It is home to some of Africa's most symbolic landmarks. The Great Mosque of Touba, the largest in Africa, towers over the faithful. The Africa Renaissance Monument in Dakar stands at 49 meters high, Africa's tallest statue. And on Gorée Island, history echoes through the door of no return, the final passage for enslaved Africans during the transatlantic slave trade. Senegal is proudly home to 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. From Gorée's sorrowful legacy to the rich biodiversity of Djoudj Bird Sanctuary and Niokolo-Koba National Park, from the colonial charm of St. Louis Island to the cultural landscapes of Bassari Country, and from the unique Salom Delta to the ancient stone circles of Senegambia, the land is a living museum. Add to that the dazzling pink lake, whose waters shimmer rose-hued during the dry season, and the Car's revered surfing coastline, and it becomes clear. Senegal is a country of rhythm, resilience, and unmatched beauty. This is Senegal, the doorway to West Africa, where culture, history, and spirit converge to welcome the world. Chiki Okulu, SOUQ News TV.
Cocoa has more than tripled in costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%, driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBC) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year-on-year and quarter-on-quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of the first quarter of 2024, using the exchange rates at the end of March. Year on year, the dollar value of exports in the first quarter of 2023 stood at $223 million. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the ABA leadership, of the Right Honourable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that's the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of distinction. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside world, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the latter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues. And also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them. And it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I've also there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what it's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks forward on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your effort in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, operation of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all other necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Madagascar, the world's fourth largest island, stands as a geographical and ecological marvel of the southeastern coast of Africa. Isolated from the African mainland for over 80 million years, this island nation has evolved into a biological treasure trove found nowhere else on Earth. Over 90% of its wildlife is endemic, meaning it exists only in Madagascar, including the world-famous lemurs, baobab trees that look sculpted by myth, and an astonishing array of reptiles, insects, and plants. This extraordinary biodiversity has made Madagascar not only a focus of global scientific research, but also a symbol of nature's ability to evolve independently and richly. Beyond its natural wonders, Madagascar is home to a deeply diverse and culturally layered society. The Malagasy people trace their ancestry to both Southeast Asia and East Africa, making their culture a rare and fascinating fusion of traditions. This dual heritage is reflected in their language, rituals,
architecture, and belief systems. The Malagasy language, derived from the Austronesian language family, is one of the few of its kind spoken on the African.
Hello and welcome to another exciting episode of Just Africa, the show where we explore ideas, industries and innovations shaping our continent's future. Today we are unpacking a topic at the very heart of accountability and citizens' rights: freedom of information in Nigeria. Yes, freedom of information in Nigeria. Now, access to information isn't just a legal tool, it is a lifeline for journalists, activists, communities, and every Nigerian who believes in transparency and justice access to public information. It is a cornerstone of democratic governance and a vital tool for human rights advocacy. Now, the Freedom of Information Act, FOI, passed in 2011 in Nigeria, was meant to empower citizens, journalists, and civil society to hold the public institutions accountable. Yet, more than a decade later, systemic challenges, including bureaucratic resistance, weak compliance, and limited public awareness, have hindered its full potential. Now, this is Just Africa, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya, of course. I have the ever-looking from my brother from the
East. Yeah.
From the East.
Yeah, I represented the East today. I decided to come with my regalia today.
You know, I have this... Ishago.
Ishago is doing twinning on top of the set today. Yeah, and of course, I mean, well, good afternoon, Lagos. Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Africa. We're here reaching you live from our studios. And of course, we're going to have a very interesting conversation today as it pertains to our work.
Yes.
And of course, the value that we place on human lives, because it's the rights of humans that, you know, ensure that we remain humane. Humane. It always works. And I do like the fact that these conversations happen regularly, because the truth is a lot of people don't even know what their rights are, right? And then they don't even know what to demand for or expect. So everybody just goes like, okay, it's a norm. This is how it's supposed to be. But then again, it's good that I have this conversation. Hopefully, the more conversations that I had, people can become enlightened and know what to do at particular times.
You know, I was discussing with one of our colleagues in the office, who is also a legal expert. We had an episode of SOUQ Business Landscape, and our guest was talking about protecting your source. Do you understand? So now, he said that journalists should protect their source, and he was saying something like it was legal. And I had to ask a legal expert, and he said the Constitution does not expressly protect your source. So you, at a point, you will be required, when the court someone, you will be required
if it's evidence that is going to support, you know, maybe like a case, you would have to. But at that point, I think during our training, we're like, when you get to that point, you have to concede, right? But it's not like you publicly from the get-go, somebody says, oh, what's your source? And then you just outrightly just expose such a person. And of course, in terms of freedom of information, you and I know that one of the things that can officially elevate a man is how much information that he has, right? But the challenge that we have now, part of the challenge that we have now is there's now information, disinformation, and misinformation. So information is good, but you don't now begin to know which one can help you or which one can break you. It's information, yes, and it's something that should help form your decisions or plan. But if you don't have the right information, it becomes detrimental to you, and then you don't plan well, you don't make decisions. And of course, as Africa it is something that is drawing us back, and we need better ones.
All right, so today on Just Africa, we speak with Kehinde Adegboyega, a leading voice in human rights, journalism, and digital advocacy, about the practical realities of using the Freedom of Information Act to promote transparency, civic engagement, and accountability. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the program. Stay tuned.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event, and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Welcome back to Just Africa, the program where we explore the bold ideas shaping the continent's growth and, of course, its place in the world. Don't forget to like, comment, and share on our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. Now, the topic for this segment is quite interesting. Yes, the topic for this segment is information in Nigeria, journalism, human rights, and the power of transparency. Joining us to unpack this robust topic is Kehinde Adegboyega. Yes, Kehinde Adegboyega is the co-founder, executive director, Human Rights Journalist Network Nigeria, member West African Digital Rights Defenders Coalition, media and human rights advocate. So glad to have you, Adegboyega.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here this Friday. Major traffic there. Today is Friday.
Yes.
And it's almost like everybody's trying to get their Christmas chicken today.
All right, so Freedom of Information Act 2011, almost 14 years. How would you say, how has it shaped journalism, civic engagement from then till now?
Wow. So that act legalized, or I would say gave a legal standing to be able to ask for information from, especially from government.
Yes.
Because before now, even though we all understand that there's a social contract between the citizens and the government,
yes.
that when we give you the power, we should be able to hold you accountable for that power. But before the act, there was no legal basis to be able to ask for that. They could easily have rejected your request for information, but they have changed the dynamics, legalized journalists, not just because before now journalists would totally would have relied on sources that are willing to give them information within those government parastatals. We know the Official Secret Act and all those issues that even try to limit even the civil society. Civil servant, normal civil servant to sign that act that they should not release this information and all that. And we still have, despite even the FOI, we still have some information still inaccessible under the national security. So, for instance, no matter you can ask information, you may not be able to ask about the budget for the national defense and also what it was spent on. Unfortunately, they keep increasing the budget for that every year. But like we all know, it's news everywhere. Before someone will say we are selling Nigeria in the bad side, it's news everywhere. Kidnapping is increasing, banditry is increasing, terrorism is increasing, despite the increase in budget for defense. And unfortunately, you can't even ask questions. You can't ask questions. It's like, and if you try to release information, you could be charged for treasonable felony and all that. But back to your question, therefore I changed the dynamics of journalists being able, not just journalists, civil society or even citizens, be able to ask questions. And based also on the fact that, and I'm very sure everybody's aware that the FARC, the funding that is released to states have increased.
Has increased, yes.
Yes, and we can fact check with the Tinubu government was asking citizens that I've given them more money, go ask them.
Yes.
So that means the legal basis to be able to ask that question is therefore, unfortunately, there's still a lot of bottlenecks. Some states will say, no, that's a national act. We have not domesticated in our state. And I don't want to shoot on the gun, and I know we are still going to address that question about the challenges. But one of the major challenges is that, there's this news recently when someone requested for an information, and the cost, they expected that the person would bear the cost of printing that document.
Oh, yes,
you know how much they gave him? Yes. That's the reason, like, it was very funny. And people were saying, yeah, you could digitalize this. You should be able to digitalize this, and it should not come at the cost for the citizens or the journalists because they want to ask for this information and all that. So there are lots of bottlenecks. I've seen where citizens, even local government chairman, ask a question about local government rules, and they start talking down at them, saying, "Are you a journalist?" Blah blah blah. And I've seen there's a lot of issues, but I don't want to. I think I should stop here.
Why do you think access to information, like everybody's saying freedom of information, why is having this access very, very important and critical to development?
Yeah, it's very critical. It's very critical, especially let's even forget about whatever has been happening before this government.
Yes.
Now we a lot of souvenirs, I don't know what we call it, I've forgotten the name that we, subsidies.
Okay.
I've been removed from petroleum, removed even from education, even from basically everything, electricity and all that. And these guys that they want to put that money into development.
Yes.
So that means it's critical for us to be able to access information. And we know what it is, even the coastal airline.
Road, yes.
That's a journalist did ask them.
How much per kilometer?
And so, and now, it's also more critical because next year is going to be a bit different. The new tax policy.
Yes.
And we can't lie about this. We have a tax master in charge, but there is no entity to give accountable. So it's very important, and Jamie, that for us to really see dividends, if at all there's anything like a dividend of democracy, we have always heard that dividend of democracy. If there's, for us to really be able to track our development, how much have they set the budget for education? Is it going there? Are they inflating the budget? Is money being released to the right persons? Is it executing? How much do they, without trying to go off the questions, there was a road being constructed in my area. I saw a FEMA signboard. You need to see the state of the road. The quality of that is really shameful that FEMA will put their signboard that they are constructing. They just went pull some sand, gravel, then they start putting this black thing on the. And you need to see the state of it. So, but this FOI would help us to be able to ask questions.
How much was budgeted?
How much was budgeted? And be able to hold someone accountable. Say, oh, you've collected this money. This money has been approved. Yeah, and when they tell us that they spent 3 million, we'll be able borrow. They're like, yeah. Borrow is not science. It's not a complex science. Almost everybody did their borrow. So if you are telling me you spend even millions in doing borrow or reconstructing, if you are saying you spend millions in reconstructing educational facilities or healthcare facilities, everybody knows what it costs. Almost every Nigerian is building one little infrastructure in their place, and they know what it costs. At the moment, we can make sure that budget line is open. This is how much we assume that we have budgeted for this.
Yes.
I will also be able to assess the quality of job that we have done, like the road that have been mentioned now. Yeah. So I won't be surprised how much they budgeted for that road and the shambles that they are constructing. Yeah. So it helps the citizens to be more aware that, when the local government is talking as if they are doing us a favor. Yeah. This is how much, and you see some people, even state government, even recently a neighboring state, I don't want to mention, say, I built roads for you. We all know that there is no road anywhere. A neighboring state to Lagos State government, I don't want to mention. So we built roads for you. A lot of us have family there. We have been there. We know there was no road. I just built an airport for you to. You can ask, how much did it cost you to? What dividend? And they're saying, we want to do the coastal line now. How much will it cost you? We want to do blue line, red line, how much will it cost? How long will it go to take? Where are you getting that funding from? Is it from the taxpayer? Is it from loan? What are the conditions of those loans? Those are the questions, because we need to be aware, because we will get to pay for it. Whether you like it or not, whether they tell you, it's everybody's money, like they be sharing it, but we are paying for it. We are paying for it in a VAT. I'm let nobody tell anyone that Nigerians are not paying tax, whether direct or indirect tax. Yes. Whether you are payee or not payee tax, you are paying one form of tax or the other. Even on anything you buy, even just basically as doing transactions from your bank, you need to see the charges that goes there. They will tell you they are even maintaining the ATM cards that you have to pay to collect and they'll tell you that they are maintaining it every month. And there is always a charge. As low as 5,000 naira, if you start going up, you start seeing 50 naira, 100 naira, and some people could collect as much as 2,000 charges per month. These are one form of tax or the other that we are paying. So, as whether we like it or not, we are going to pay for these funds that are well allocated or embezzled. Someone is going to pay for it. We are all going to pay for it. Now, before now, you could send your children to public school and say, oh, it doesn't cost much or it does not cost a lot. But now you have to pay for
your taxes. What you have to do?
You have to pay for those education.
Yes.
And that means for you to be able to pay for it, that means your savings is depreciated. So everybody, one way or the other, is paying for this loan, for this funds that have been siphoned, moved to anywhere, like a former senator. There was a video of a former senator recently that came up in one country outside Nigeria, in Europe, and he was saying that you people and Europeans, he was addressing the Europeans, that most of our funds, that we cannot sit here and be just be victimizing Africans. Most of our funds are locked out here. And we know that the Abacha loot is still coming back like rain, like rain to us. So this is very germane that we strengthen this FOI Act, assess the limitation, the bottleneck, so that we can hold ourselves accountable. It's not everybody that can jackpot. It's not everybody that is eventually going to move out. It's not good, but if we have chosen to be in our country, we should be able. And so the sad part is that a few of us have traveled. Even the government people, they have traveled a lot. If you go to these countries, you ask yourself, what are the resources that these people have that the Nigerians don't have? We have the best of resources. It was when they were kidnapping in Zamfara that we knew that they had gold. It's gold that some countries, even gold has become a form of value storage. Currency for a lot of. So that means maybe you are supposed to be a billionaire, I don't know.
All right, so Mr. Adegboyega, let's look at some of the limitations of Freedom of Expression Act. I mean, so before now, there are a lot of things that we did not know, but as events started unfolding, we started, hearing certain things. For instance, at a point, former governor of Rivers State, Governor Wike, he came out to tell the people that go and ask your governors that they've gotten a certain amount of money. So what do you think sometimes, and these informations are supposed to just be out there. But, I mean, before now, police will stop you, tell you to bring out your phones, and then someone came out to say police have no right to search. So do you think that these informations are being deliberately withheld, or how can journalists, how can civil rights, how can they collaborate with government agencies to help them disseminate certain information?
Yes. I want to pick the word I use and as an appropriate choice of word, whether deliberately. So without trying to sugarcoat it, we will all agree to a larger extent that this is a deliberate act. It's like a weapon of government fashion against Nigerians themselves. Like, I wouldn't say because that. This is supposed to be open. Like if you have nothing to hide, brothers, if you have nothing to hide, let's let it be open. Let's see how much are budgeting for constituency projects. And we're in the digital age. We should. Sometimes I think FOI is even a misnomer because this information I don't need to ask.
Yeah.
Maybe even if at all I ask, you can just say, oh,
it's available.
Journalists, civil society, citizen, this is where it is. Maybe you just point me to where it is. I don't need to ask. It should, the moment you approve the budget, it should be open. It should, we live in a digital age. But unfortunately, we are still having a lot of challenges. I will not say whether this is also deliberate. A lot of challenges with open government, like maybe is it at the local government, is it at the state level, is it at the federal level? Open government in the sense that people don't have access to this information, and the government is not willing to, like, oh, let's say we have a dedicated website from the local government.
Yes.
Every local government. Even now that the local government autonomy bill,
Yes.
that means they have access to more funding, no excuse. So everybody should, like, this is how much we have received so far. It should just be in that website, and they should also look at civic tech that can ensure that where everybody has, almost everybody have access to WhatsApp. You can, like, say, oh, let's have this WhatsApp bot or AI to, I say, oh, in Ibejuleki, in Koshofe, this is how much was allocated. Yeah, these are the infrastructure this is where the budget to, like,
something like that.
Something so easy, like, oh, I'm seeing this road happening in my city. Who is building it?
You can
I can just check. Oh, this is no hiding. It should not. If we at all we don't have anything to hide, that is what it should be. But we know what it is. So one of the other challenges is that the threats, like a lot of community journalists, let's not even go to state or national level, face a lot of threats.
Okay.
Yes, we as an organization, we are not just a non-profit, we're also a network of journalists, and we heard journalists tell that they are afraid to report about their local government.
Why is that so?
Because they know their house, they can easily track them, they face a lot of threats, and they use state and non-state actors. And that's where the challenge comes. Imagine, God forbid, you are just moving, trying to step into your house, some boys just start clapping you, or God forbid, they shoot you, or they match at you, and they will just report it that it's just armed robbery.
When you say non-state actors, are we talking about
touts?
Okay.
Hired assassins.
Hired assassins.
Hired boy. Yes. So a lot of journalists are facing this threat. So that is one of the, like, you are afraid to ask. Even ordinary citizens, like, to also let us be aware, there are community associations. We now have community association in each area, like CDAs,
okay.
and the active WhatsApp group. They burn you well, if I can say that. Try to ask questions on that WhatsApp group and say, oh, this road that they are constructing, how much did they? You see, this non-state actor will come alive for you.
But how do we overcome some of these things? Because the truth is, if we keep highlighting the fact that, oh, they will threaten you or something will happen to you if you ask questions, and the people are scared and sit back, we are underdeveloping, right? How do we overcome some of these challenges?
Wow. You have asked a very important but a very hard question. A very hard question. Let's start from ordinarily conducting our general elections. How do we address issues as using state or non-state actors to harass, attack, voters, intimidate, or even injure, or even kill voters? So one is that we need strong institutions, not strong institutions
like police.
Yes, strong institutions.
But they exist already. Where is it strong? Yes, where is it strong?
Strong institutions in the sense that they are somehow independent of the executive. It's independent of party affiliations. So we know how even our judiciary is not really well separated from the executive. We know how recently the judges had a meeting and they were singing on the man.
To correct that, they were, according to the NBA and the rest of them, they gave out a statement saying that they were not the ones singing, that no judge was actually singing. I'm quoting their own words.
Who is this not that? Like, I organized.
The music was played, but they did not.
Who hired the person? And I was told that it was played twice. Like, if you can make an error once, then you can now, if you now make it the next time, Is it an error? So they hired the DJs. They paid for those infrastructure. So,
they're probably in some way.
That is also why, like for instance, people also say that in the House we need to start having our process to be digitalized. We need to know who is voting for this bill or the other. It's not say, oh, the yay have it. Those are jaggers. Those are jaggers like
a voice vote now.
Yes,
now
the yay have it. Whether it's the yay that the senator, the speaker have approved. So we want to know who is voting for this. Who is voting for this? I think let's start we need to start. Although sincerely speaking, I must confess, like someone is saying, was asking me, is something going to change about the next election? I say it's going to be hard. Because let's look at the arrangement that we have now. There is no real opposition. And it's when we have a real opposition that we can, like people can say, oh, we need to fill up this gap. We need to address this issue. So the concern now is that we are having ambassadors being nominated, and the normal procedure for nomination from executive is that, oh, take a bow and go. And people, they are seeing it that is the procedure. So beyond the FOI issue that we are discussing, there is a lot of critical issues that we need to address in our democracy, in the so-called the presidential system of government that we operate. There is a lot of buhar, there is a lot of abnormalities that is happening that becomes so normal, but they are not normal.
But the peculiarity, for example, I mean, this is similar to almost many African countries. The problem is not necessarily the laws, because there are laws existing, right? There's FY Act as it is, it's there. It's like you started from saying it has emboldened journalists. But you and I know that the problem is not in the laws, they are on paper.
It's the institution that is supposed to make the law stronger. So like for instance, if the judiciary was really separated, like independent, you can take this issue to court. Like say I request for an information from this government official.
So and they did not give it to me, so what can happen?
So the judges will rightly look at the court. But we know that a lot of things, so you even see some states, the executive, because of the influence that they want to have, they bought, and we are not saying that the judges should not enjoy good things, but it should not be the power of the executive to be giving them luxury cars. Luxury cars. And he will pay with the piper. Would you take the tune? There is nowhere in the he will pay, and that is why even in the most advanced world in court, they always want to reduce the influence of he will pay the piper, and that is why they monitor who is influencing or who is, even to the extent of, even though in Nigeria we are still playing around it, who is funding which party, who is funding the level of amount you can fund. So in Nigeria, we know that a lot of things work around that. We know how they
let's find a way around it.
Yeah, you know how much they pay the party in dollars and all those stuff. And there are rules. And recently also, we saw, not so long ago, sitting president, billboard was already, it's still in 2 years, we are seeing billboard outside. It's an abnormality.
Yeah, but he will say he's not the one that
but you can say, this is not right, they should pull it down.
Okay.
So, still on what I discussed about deliberately withholding information. Sometimes these informations are given as a defense instead of it being there. Like the case that you rightly said about the judges, it was after people started criticizing them that why are you buying houses? Then the report now came out that the judges' salaries had not been reviewed for a very long time, and this is why this and this is happening. But if that information had been released earlier on, we wouldn't have to be going back and forth. So my question now is, what institutional reforms or policies do you think can help the Freedom of Information Act, better?
So we should start from even what we are trying to address, funding the budget of the judiciary, which is a very important arm of any democracy, should not be at the pedigree of the executive. It should not be It should not be. So we need to look at strengthening policy that comes out with an independent organization or that's like say who is responsible, that the executive will not influence in one way or the other.
Okay.
Appoint, because there's a lot of things that and I can tell you our executive is so powerful. So powerful to the extent that they can approve oil rigs. They approve oil well. They want to change the life of a family. They have the power to change it over time. Just approve the oil well. So that's how powerful they approve the resources, the mining. There is no oversight, serious oversight and others. So we need stronger institutions to be able to say, oh, that does not influences the legislatures to the way
to independent of each other.
Yes, independent of each other. Independent of each other in the sense that the legislature, the moment they know that the executive is not one way or the other influencing how I get paid, they will be able to speak out. Their voice will be stronger. Their voice will be louder. Or even they will be able to, maybe their voice is cracking. The voice will be treated, it will be able to speak louder to this issue. But the moment the executive, one way or the other, has to be the one to approve some form of spending, there is no independency in how they, and we are not saying that, and when we are talking about independence, it does not mean there is no oversight. So the executive should have oversight, the judiciary, they all are the power of check and balance. So we need to start from developing strong policy that allow for this check and balance, including even our policing, including our policy, because this discussion is intertwined in a lot of issues. We have asked communities say, oh, we are trying to defend ourselves. The military come to us, they take off what we are trying to. There are evidence, well documented then.
Has there been do you have real life examples where access to information, or you demanded for information and it came to you and then it made instant impact, or there was change in policy or something?
Yes, we have seen a few cases where those
information that you asked for came out.
Yes, the journalists asked for came out for, and it really changed the dynamics of things. And even starting for, if I can mention some civil society work like budget, the way it's because of access to this information that people can now say, oh, yeah, and they now use those information to create some civil tech and say you can monitor what comes to your local government today. And people are more empowered to say, oh, so my local government
got this amount of money.
So that means I'm supposed to be seeing this, seeing this. But unfortunately, we still have a form of docile citizens that maybe partisan, ethnical, a lot of mixed things. Because even if there is a difference between having that information and what you do with that information, strong advocacy. Like, oh, this is what our local government has access to.
Yes.
How do you ensure that it brings about development? Because sincerely, let's stop looking to the states. There are a lot of funding for scholarship that come to some citizens even from Nigeria, that when they get that scholarship, they are not moving to the federal states in those foreign countries. They are moving to farms, cities. That means you see a situation where even local government is able to fund scholarship and research to develop that are powerful funding and accountability, and people using that funding rightly can do. So people even, they moved, that is a lot of way they moved a lot of our talent, because they don't move dummies, they don't move the lower classes results, they move the best of results, and they come in and they do research and they're changing their society. That means if we are using our fund very well, we can even attract the best of scholars from around the world, and even Nigerians. We are doing a lot marvelously well in other countries, and people can stay back and say, oh, let's do research to solve, localized to solve our problem, our local problem. Yeah, is there electricity? Is there diseases? So we are solving because the funding is there and it's used appropriately. We can come up with our research and say, oh, we don't need to be attached to the national grid that is always dying like a Kwanshoko child, or sorry to say, and all this. But we have enough air, like in the north, some part of the north, you see the wind that blows there, and you can turn that to power. Energy, and we have a lot of sunlight now. Imagine maximizing the sunlight. And now, some of this sunlight, you are now having renewable electric cars that can power electric cars. Imagine them power our systems, power our lives, and we are solving it at our local government. That means we are using the funds, we are developing research, we are developing, we are building infrastructure, we are building factories that to the extent that in each local government, you are even exporting some of those things. So you don't need to rely on what is happening in the interventions from the federal government. But you are making magic, you are making life sweet for your citizens. That's the power of FOI. That is the power of people being accountable and ensuring that this fund really works for the citizens. All right, so another question I'd like to ask, let's come down to the media houses. How can media houses, digital platforms and the like, amplify the public's right to information, especially, operating a democratic system of government? But before I go ahead to that, the media is challenged. The media is challenged in the sense that the media does not run independent of whatever economy. If the economy is not so that when people are saying, oh, why I would try to address how the media can do this, so that when the media is not doing it, society is not just hammering them. Because it costs a lot to be able to run this media, to be able to pay staff. Most of the technologies that you use are forex-based. If anything, your transmitter or anything is faulty, some of them cannot even be repaired locally. You have to go abroad to do. And most media are dependent on the economy, and nobody should lie to anybody. The economy is very bad that advertisers, who is going to use, and media rely on a lot of advertising, not the fact, however, understanding the fact that some of this advertising may also be dependent on if you are not stepping on the toes of some people and all those things. But if the economy is stable, the media enjoys a lot of this benefit pattern. People want to advertise. This the season from Christmas. People want, and the media can now have enough resources to amplify this information. And you are not like because the media has the power to set agenda, and a lot of things define the content that we put every day. Defines what is on the front page, define what is on the second page, define what is in the morning show, define what is in the evening show. But a media that is struggling, you will see them having to. There was a time I had to switch off the local channel because all of them was just live streaming one of the politicians' campaign, like at the same time, like everybody. And you can also blame them because they need that money. And you know how much live broadcast costs, how much they get from live broadcast. So if the media has enough resources, they would, instead of collecting peanuts for that live broadcast, they will use that resources to hold that politician that is even doing that live broadcast accountable. So we need to support the media in one way or the other. Unfortunately, in this side of the world, there is no so much self-donation. That's why we are relying on external donation, advertising, donation, grant, external grants. But the citizen, for you to enjoy an independent media, the citizens must find a way to see. If you see any media platform giving you the right news, it takes money to do it. You can send in donations. as low as 10,000 per month or even more than that can help the media to stay sustainable and be able to ensure that the spotlight, like an hungry man will not be able to see clearly. It's also, so the media needs this support. The citizens, if they need, because the media is so germane to our democracy. For you to know the power of the media, the failed school, so-called failed school in Benin, the first place, like what has ever happened, where they go to speak is the media. That's how powerful the media is. That means the media will tell you things have changed though, and all those things. So for media to be able to sustain this democracy, we must be able to get the right funding. And I'm not saying that the media cannot do this, but they can try. The media can keep spotlighting with the little or whatever resources to be built. And also because when we have this democracy, that is when the media can be independent too. So the media should be able to put more resources into issues like holding government accountable, infrastructure, and all that.
How can journalists, just like my final question from you, how can journalists themselves improve? You know, what do they need to do, what do they need to learn, so that even if it's to find a way around whatever bottlenecks that they find in their work?
So the journal, thank you for this question. The journalists need to understand they are operating in a very dynamic and changing environment. That's ensure that means that they need to stay informed, because you can't give the right information if you are not informed. Improve your education. If it's online classes, if you are covering a bit, no matter how long you have been covering it, you might need to study more, especially if we are talking about budgeting. I know some of them are financial jargons, technical. You need to learn them. Take your time to learn them. And also, we need to talk about technology. Technology can change the dynamics. And I've seen, I'll not mention the global channel. So a lot of times, I'm seeing their reporters even using mobile phones. To report news. And they add it and they cut it to the rest of the news. So media personnel should learn how to be able to use the digital tools in their hands. They can report live news, know how to know about this technology that they can use to report live news. And everybody is kept informed. Like you don't need, they should be able to understand the power of digital and the opportunity that it gives us. So, with that, they can also explore the opportunities. You don't need to be at the conventional newsroom, be able to, before you can report anymore. You just need some level of technology. You are broadcasting live, even for radio or TV. You don't need the big OB van anymore. Technology has distorted, and that is why a lot of our colleagues are veterans and say, a lot of people are now saying they are journalists. Technology is disrupting everywhere. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it. Anybody that can use the digital tool very well will be the one people are listening to. So journalists need to use it very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kehinde Adegboyega. Thank you for your insight, and thank you for joining us on Just Africa today.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here.
All right, so coming up shortly on Just Africa, across Africa, storytelling is increasing, recognized as a powerful tool for social change. Yet many narratives remain fragmented, inaccessible, or exclude the voices of marginalized communities. Film addressing human rights, disability, migration, and social justice often struggle to reach wider audiences or inspire actionable advocacy due to structural, social, and technological barriers. Now, despite a growing body of creative work, many African filmmakers and advocates lack the platform, resources, or support needed to amplify authentic stories that drive societal awareness and reform. We'll find out more after this and on a while. Stay tuned.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa (CDD).
ECO Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkaland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
unpack the ideas and culture shifts and innovations shaping the continent's future. Our topic of discussion is Bridging the Divide, amplifying voices and advancing human rights through African storytelling. Joining us to unpack this robust topic is Ifeoluwa Peters, Project Manager, 4th Africa International Human Rights Film Festival. So glad to have you here, Ifeoluwa.
Thank you for having me here today as well.
All right, so we're looking at the 4th Africa International Human Rights Festival. Can you describe the main objectives of this event?
Okay, for as many who do not exactly know what we call it AHIF is, it's an initiative, African International Human Rights Film Festival. It's an initiative of the Human Rights Journalists Network to provoke advocacy on human rights issues from a very unique perspective, storytelling, cinema, and the rest of it. And the core objectives this year, for this edition, we had 4 major objectives. First, we wanted to provide a platform where we have policymakers, youth, NGO leaders come to have fire chats, dialogue about human rights issues, particularly about divides within Africa and then across Africa. And then we also wanted to celebrate inspiring stories and initiatives that are working actively towards bridging that divide. And I would say the third is to inspire solidarity, to bridge this divide, I mean to say, and not just to come screen films and then listen to fire chats and panel discussions, but actually to move from empathy to action. And I said we had 4, right?
Yes, 4.
And then the other is to actually explore films and stories that are looking into these issues of human rights with regards to divides in all spheres, income divide, global divides when it comes to poverty, and all spheres, every other sphere.
So, I mean, how did you feel when you guys received about 151 films? Like, what did it mean? Is it that this is the 4th one, did it mean that your reach has expanded, or more people are more interested in the campaign or the vision?
Okay, as much as it is both, it is more of the latter. We are having more people interested in this campaign for human rights issues with regards to this particular theme, bridging divides. First of all, as a person or as a participant, it seemed so interesting, like this is going to be a big thing. But as the project manager,
how did you handle that? Because it looks like a lot of work.
And then we had to ensure that we have this amount of days to run the film festival, and we needed every single participant and target audience to really catch what it is that is going to be communicated, and for these people to be able to participate actively in this campaign even after now. So there was the need to ensure that we arrange it, we ensure that everything goes smoothly, and then we cover all scopes. So. However, the major amazing thing for me as the project manager, finding out that we have 151 films being submitted, is that it's reflecting a whole lot that the globalization that we call, or the globalization that we have currently in the world as a whole, it means that there are shared experiences within Africa, across Africa, and these films are portraying that already, considering the fact that some of these films submitted were from every other place outside of Africa.
Oh, okay.
And amazingly, to reach our core objectives, it has that 151 films that got submitted, signified something big. It signified the fact that there would be high level of conscientization amongst the people. It means that more people get to see more things in different spaces, in different locations, wherever it is that they are. And then they get the drive to feel that empathy and then move to action in their very little ways.
Did the movies win awards?
Yes, we had 3 movies that won awards. I can see I'm smiling.
First one, I was going to ask, did you watch all 151?
Oh, no. So, yeah, we did.
Okay.
So we had 151 submissions. However, we accepted 74.
Which is still plenty.
Yeah, it is. However, this 74 was based on the relevance of these films to the theme.
Okay, bridging divides.
Yes, bridging divides. And for the films that won the award, we had Hopeless Club, that was the best film of the year. And then we had Best Feature Film, that was The Ant. And then we had The Summer, that's Best Shot.
Were they all Nigerian movies?
No. They were not all Nigerian. There was one that was directed by Palestinian.
Palestinian.
Yeah.
They had time to do a movie.
If you had seen the film, beyond thinking about the time they had to do the film,
Yeah.
you would
shed tears. Emotional.
People shed tears.
You know, because I don't even know. Palestine and Israel are still doing their thing. So I've always had time to do a movie.
Yeah, somebody had time to, and we are grateful that that person had the opportunities to do that. I mean, capture the moment and be able to share this thing with every other person for us to feel that empathy. We obviously were not there, but we could feel it and we could know exactly how it is, these realities or these lived circumstances.
Yeah, people are living, yes.
I forgot to mention, can I mention the name of the film? Yeah. Hopeless Clap.
Hopeless Clap.
Hopeless Clap.
Like in clap, clap.
Yes. So we had to give the film a very hopeful clap.
But wait, hang on.
All right, so let me jump in here. 151 films selected, and I think 74.
74.
I checked.
So how did you? How did these films? How did they address issues like poverty, disability, migration?
Okay, I would start with poverty, and then I think I'll end at disability because that's one of the biggest issues that this film festival addressed.
Wow.
And I would say as a project manager, we didn't exactly see that coming. What we saw coming were issues of other kinds of divides, like poverty in itself.
Okay.
But disability is another kind of divide that many people might not exactly see as a divide, unfortunately. So I'll just start with poverty. There is this film that spoke directly to how people with, how people with AIDS, that was in one of the African countries, I will not mention him, are not able to exactly find good treatment. Not because they do not exactly want it, but because there are no exact resources for it. So amazingly, when they had resources or when they were able to address that issue, it was when we had interventions in that regard. One of the films spoke to something, and that was the film we screened on day one of the film festival. The film was talking directly, I think this would make me address the issue of migration as well. It was speaking directly to issues that asylum seekers face when trying to escape their lived circumstance in their home country.
Okay, things like war and all those kind of things, yeah. It was hard.
It was terrible. Very terrible. And it's really caused a tear among the viewers. Part of the story was where we saw a 12-year-old cross 5 countries, and that was where we had. So it speaks a lot to the fact that most of these people, they do not exactly even have the means to travel properly.
Yeah.
You could see how they could travel and what they faced traveling. And even when they got to their destination,
how to fit in.
They couldn't even get in properly.
So these things are not even planned. You just travel, like just to escape where you're
Just to
from.
escape, really.
And then you...
And you said so disability, you said you will end with disability.
All right, so disability. So people with disabilities, we got to see their lived experience and what they face. One major thing we saw, beyond even the panel discussion, that's another discussion on its own, but for the films, what we saw was, when we had this narrative, we heard somebody say in one of the films that people with disabilities, when they reach out for help from authorities, they are perceived as overly helped already. What more do you want? One. Second of all, yes.
Really? Overly helped?
Then second of all, there is this film that mentioned or that portrayed how there is a system of denial, there's a system of constraint, and there is a system of neglect suffered by people with disabilities. And one major thing we found out is that, unfortunately, people with disabilities are not all of them are born with this disability. And I think I'll just get into the panel discussion. What we noticed, or what we learned, including myself as a project manager, what we learned was that each and every one of us, we are just a minute away from being people with disabilities.
Yeah.
Because
accidents.
Anything can happen.
And some of the issues we thought about also was that in the film, this person was someone of a middle class. So he had access to resources where he could lodge complaints to authorities. And then during our fire chats, we asked, how about equivalent of these people in places like, for example, Borno?
Okay.
Will they have access to this resource to even lodge this complaint? We also thought about the issues of caregivers. If they can afford a caregiver, that would be a blessing to them.
True.
Another thing we're thinking of was, in a place like Lagos, do we have facilities that would enable them participate in every other thing that is happening, like the normal human that they actually are?
Yes.
How is the public transport like, really? When we are hosting conferences, are we making
conscious efforts for them?
For them, really. So those are issues we're thinking of. And then we also talked about how exactly the community is to them. How
the reception.
Exactly. How are your neighbors to people with disabilities? As close as your neighbor. Exactly.
Yes.
Wow. And then we talked about issues and shared experiences as to these people are really amazing people with great potential. The fact that they are people with disabilities, they have many other abilities. There is a particular film we screened that talked about a girl that couldn't hear, I meant to say. And she faced bad stigma. She was just a secondary school girl. However, she had the access to hearing aid. However, people who do not exactly have the access to hearing aid and the rest of it. So it's an issue. However, what we also got to understand is that people with disabilities tend to develop other abilities that the average human might not be able to. For example, that girl was able to develop analytical ability without being able to hear. She could analyze based on the report. She had the ability to be able to observe without hearing and all of that in the long run. However, another thing along the line that helped her was that she was able to get a therapist, a speech therapist. But the fact still remains that she had access to the resource.
A lot of those who don't,
What about people?
So your festival now, I mean, it has ended. What is actually where the major takeaway is? Because look, it's film, right? People have showcased their film to spotlight some of these problems. What do we do beyond that?
Okay, beyond the festival, first of all, I meant to say, I would like to formally mention our target audience for the film festival.
Okay.
We have, I would like to say have, because right now this is where the action takes place. We have empathized already. So now the action.
Yeah, so what next?
So our primary audience are the youth, quite frankly. And then the NGO leaders.
There has to be a why though.
Because of the action.
Okay, go on.
And then we have the NGO leaders, and then policymakers are our secondary audience. The first is, our primary audience are the youth, because we believe that they have the larger population, one. Second of all, there is the energy and the drive. And the understanding that they are aspiring leaders, for them to be able to know exactly what to do in the long run. They need to do that from an informed place. And you need to already be able to empathize now and understand. And in the long run, we already have a number of stories. I would say two currently, from the end of the film festival, that was on Wednesday. Two initiatives that will be embarked on by two different persons who participated in the festival. One person is a writer in this regard and wants to ensure he writes more stories in this regard to conscientize people. Another person is an entrepreneur that deals majorly in social impact. And what they want to do now is to engage in skill development for people with disabilities. So it's to a large extent, we can say that, okay, we have two already, even after 2 days, and we are looking to ensure that this thing stands, and we are looking to ensure that they get the necessary support that they need from authorities, even from the community, because that is more than essential.
All right, so you asked the question, so let me ask further. What role do youth and, of course, community participation, play in human rights advocacy through film?
Through film, so there is the thing we've been mentioning since day one, and I would confess that I've been the one mentoring it.
You're emphasizing it all through,
So we've been mentioning that this thing we are seeing is only a mirror of exactly what our society is. So if we are able to expand our visibility and ensure that the rest of the community or a larger part of the community gets to view this, gets to see this, gets to understand this. Because I'm saying this to understand because while I was in that room, in as much as I was engaging in a number of activities, the films, those scenes were, and they were documentaries and not exactly staged, most of them. So the fact that we got to see them, they are provoking actions or ideas in the number of people's mind. Yeah. And I'd like to mention that in the room we had a number of university students, recent graduates, already graduates, and they are youth. And they are looking to ensure that they provoke actions, and they provoke campaigns, and the rest of it. So if we can exploit the larger number of, or the larger population of youths we have, imagine the more we can have. And the rest of it. And then we understand so much so well that the youth are the ones who use social media a lot. So if they're able to exploit this, and we're able to exploit this particular community, it means that the community physically away from social media would be able to even share this view and also join in the action. Because if we keep saying and not exactly showing them this film, not exactly evoking this emotion in them. To just, how many people have said something to me from wherever I'm coming from to my destination here? How many can I exactly remember? But at least I still can remember the films I screamed
like a couple of days back. Yes.
And I can still feel them until now. So if these communities can feel them as well, then to a large extent, it will make them receptive of interventions first. And at the same time, participate. So that it will not be a situation of us versus them. It's not just be that, oh, they are doing something. It needs, many interventions really do need this sense of ownership. And if it does have this sense of ownership, you know how best things can work. One major thing that we had from, or one major idea, let me use the word, that we had from one of the films that were screened, not even panel discussion, was that there are so many problems in the world. In our society, there are a billion. We cannot solve everything, in quotes, but we can solve something. So this shows us the core place of incremental progress.
Okay.
So if our society if we can really start from our society and ensure there is participation, sense of ownership, collaboration from society, even from the grassroots, even from friends, from wherever it is, it will, to a large extent, prove that we are starting from somewhere and we are not exactly solving everything, but we are solving a number of things, and then it will lead to significant development as it may.
I like the fact that the film festival chose the creative industry to push this, because I can already see where it's intertwined, right? Using film to push some of these advocacies that you want to use.
Yes, it is.
Now, the traditional media, how can we help? Like newspapers, normal TV, not films now, I'm talking like traditional. How can we help to push more of these advocacies? Essentially, not everybody want to watch a movie, but you can listen to news and maybe other music and stuff. How can we help?
Okay, I'd like to let you know that one of our partners happened to be a particular radio station.
Okay.
And
they did well with the advocacy?
They did well with their jingles.
Oh, okay.
At no cost.
At no cost?
Yes. So
now that video is expensive, that was good.
So you can see how one of the ways they come in. Another one is newspapers. We had a number of news outlets, media outlets, traditional media outlets that did the same.
Okay.
News report as to daily updates of reports about things that are happening and going on. So.
And journalists can also help? How can we
help? We have a house of journalists in that network.
Okay.
So I'm easily giving reports, shared experiences, as well as also learning from the film festival helps them, it strengthens them a lot. And then it gives them what should I call it now? It gives them more morale to keep at it, that there is a community behind them to push for or address issues with regards to human rights.
And like makes your work worth it, right? Then you know
God,
that there are people who, yeah.
Right, so if I might ask, what impact do you hope these awards have on filmmakers, the creative society, and even the audiences whom you're trying to?
Okay, I would say first of all that this award would ensure that films coming in for the next edition will do so much so well. All films did so much so well. In short, at some point, some people were crying, and at some point, some people were like,
I was wondering how you guys narrowed down to the top ones, but okay.
So they are not exactly top ones. They are just related to the theme. So this would be so much so well to ensure that more films come in to make it difficult for us to select which would win the award. To ensure that...
Not easy. Make it difficult.
Oh, it was actually difficult. So should I say more difficult? But I mean, that would be the fun of it. That would be the amazing part of it. So to ensure that more films come in, more, as much as they're interesting, they evoke more emotion than they need to evoke. And they pass on more narratives that needs to be passed on to keep people informed, especially our authorities, especially the NGO leaders, because in as much as they will be moving campaigns, advocacy, they need to do this from a very informed place. As much as most of the films did that, we still had to try to ensure we found 3 out of those ones that did more.
Do you also collaborate with ministries, departments, agencies, human rights groups, and
I didn't
NGOs?
British Council as
Yes. So one of our partners, like you mentioned, happened to be British Council, British Arts. Then, amazingly, our very amazing partner, an international non-governmental organization, Amnesty International.
Really?
Good.
Yes.
Okay.
And I do not know if you've seen the media receipts from the 3-day grand finale. We had a writing campaign on that day, anchored by Amnesty International's representatives themselves. It's what we call right for right. You write for the right of certain people to authorities. You write 2 letters. You write to authorities, and then you write to the community. You write to authorities to show that you are standing for the right of certain people. And then you write to the community to show solidarity to their cause.
So, I mean, if I should ask, what's your plan for next edition?
Right.
What focus? What
you know, who knows who their target audience? Maybe I'm going to do a film.
What's your target for next year? What's your sector?
Okay, I'm only going to give you a bit.
All right.
It's something. At least it gives you better chance to do a better film.
Okay. Okay, if you say so. However, I will let you know what our target is or our perspectives for the next edition, the fifth edition, I meant to say. We are looking to ensure we reinforce in depth a community of informed persons and active persons that will drive for issues with regards to human rights. We want to ensure as much as we had these people, we could see what it had done to, for example, those 2 persons. So if we could do more and find more of these people, more of these target audience, more of these youth, not just youth in general, but these youths that really have the drive to address human rights issues, if we can capture more of them in that space, imagine what we could do more. So
you guys have like support structures, for example, if you now see someone's story, like a victim or something, do you have like support structure for such a person? I know it's not down your alleyway, but again, somebody, you don't know where it might come from, and then they just stumble, you have networks where you can direct them to.
So we have, like I mentioned, the journalist network.
Yes.
So there are a number of experts in the network where you can get consultation and advice and recommendations and guides on what to do.
Because young people will definitely reach out to you, yeah? And somebody will ask you these kind of questions, like, okay, I want to quit smoking, for example, right? What do I do? It's not down your alleyway, but, I mean, if they can get support from your...
We have the network. We have the network of journalists, experts at that,
oh, wow.
would give them guides and coaching on what to do.
That was great. That was great. That was great.
All right, thank you very much, Ifeoluwa Peters, for gracing Just Africa. Thank you for your insight, and thank you for joining us on Just Africa.
Thank you for the opportunity as well.
You're welcome. Yes, it has been a really exciting episode of Just Africa. Of course, narrative power is more than communication. It shapes perception, opportunity, and influence. As Ifeoluwa Peters and, of course, the Arif shows, Africa's future depends not just on what it produces, but of course how it tells its story. For continent to rise as a global influencer, storytelling must become a priority in policy, industry, education, and culture. A narrative-aware generation can redefine stereotypes, drive innovations, and position Africa at the center of creativity and thought leadership. This is just putting Africa, the continent's idea, at the heart of transformation and rewriting its story. So on this note, we draw the curtains on this week's episode of Just Africa. We'd like to thank all our guests today, starting from Kehinde Adegboyega down to Ifeoluwa Peters. But a bigger thanks is to you watching us. Keep liking, keep commenting, keep sharing on our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. A big thanks to everyone who made this show possible, from the producers, the directors, the audio engineers, everybody who makes sure Just Africa comes alive. Until next week, I am Olumide Shokoya.
And I remain Emmanuel Amalo. Thank you so much for being with us. Let's keep asking the big questions. And of course, from our tiny corners, let's try to change Africa to become a better continent. See you next week.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Harton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
When Emeka talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood. Charcoal production leaves destruction in its wake. In Mozambique's Mabalane district, 2/3 of the woodland was affected by charcoal harvesting in the decade leading to 2018, according to one study. To mitigate the damage, governments oscillate between legalizing the trade through licensing and forest management and banning it outright. Sudden bans, however, often fuel a black market. Enforcement becomes a chaotic negotiation involving traders, officials, police, soldiers, and local communities. Lorry drivers move at night and pay bribes to checkpoints. In Uganda, where charcoal production is banned, it's smuggled across the border and transported under official seals from South Sudan. Other policies promote clean cooking. Liquid petroleum gas, LPG, which burns cleaner than charcoal, is exempted from VAT in Kenya. Some companies have introduced metered gas canisters so consumers can pay as they go, easing upfront costs. Today, more than half of urban Kenyans use LPG as their main cooking fuel. Bond Manufacturing, a company known for efficient stoves, has stopped selling its charcoal models and now promotes electric stoves subsidized by carbon credits. Experts say charcoal is on the decline in Kenya, though it remains prevalent in countries like Madagascar and Zambia, where alternatives are limited. Phasing out charcoal will have economic consequences. The trade is informal and decentralized, while gas is distributed through large firms and creates fewer jobs. Charcoal provides roughly 275 workdays per terajoule consumed, compared with 95 for electricity and 15 for LPG. Gas imports also strained foreign currency reserves. For now, most consumers juggle multiple energy sources. Charcoal production in Africa is still growing at about 2% annually. But one thing is clear: as long as there is the ghetto, there will always be charcoal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was funded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing. Out there, people outside the gate of the stadium, there were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium, but because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member. I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under-20, the under-23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental, when you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Côte d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan, I formed the supporters club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the supporters club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the supporters club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the supporters club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the supporters club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the supporters club in America. In 1996, I led the supporters club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the supporters club, support of the supporters club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, let it go. I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fail, who never fail, forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Koya chukuna gaza. Koya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Koya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Tested the ball. raised it up, turned around, and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1, but we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief, and it is general, everybody must have it, that this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patriot par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road, they will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. But later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambode. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, good luck, Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waide Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashonu. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please, go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But it's unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters Club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the Supporters Club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in Agu 90, some people in Agu 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium, and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee or the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we have supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the president general is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the president general worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them will not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me what did we win in the last 8, 9 years. Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Côte d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Passero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Passero to go to Côte d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. The witch coach, we call him, we remember it now, it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria, and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouzet. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Ahmadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these 2 coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as a twin deal. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20,000, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3, 4 years, our boxers have been earning big money, some of them earning millions, some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV nights every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to put the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future, and of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football, yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this, if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Etiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We're going to start the second edition very soon. We're now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's why we're asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports. They give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match, in Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, 1, you are helping the youth. 2, you are helping the nation. 3, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored, and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as
Very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV. I am Oyin Priye Kurmale. Let's begin with today's top stories. The federal government has announced starting January 1st, 2026, all Nigerians will need a tax identification number to operate a bank account in the country. And Nigeria's financial sector urged to mobilize capital for gas industry after first online trading platform launch. And DRC Congo vows to uphold 2025 cobalt export quotas with pilot shipments expected in coming days. And Venezuelan President Maduro accuses President Donald Trump of pressuring the country over its oil reserves and shipments. And in the world of sports, Super Eagles coach Herb Chele names final 28-man squad for 2025 African Cup of Nations in Rabat, Morocco. Many thanks for joining us in the World News. Now, starting January 1st, 2026, all taxable Nigerians will be required to obtain tax identification number to operate a bank account in the country. The federal government announced that Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, disclosed the directive in an interview shared on his official X account on Thursday. The move is anchored in Section 4 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, which comes into effect at start of next year. It aims to streamline tax collection, improve compliance, and ensure that all eligible individuals are properly registered with the Federal Inland Revenue Service. Taiwo Oyedele clarified that the requirement excludes students and dependents who will remain exempt from obtaining a TIN to maintain a bank account. Authorities said financial institutions will be responsible for verifying tax IDs, and failure to comply may result in restricted access to bank services for taxable individuals, according to reports. Now, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, has dismissed reports suggesting that France received access to Nigeria's tax data, digital infrastructure, and operational control of its system. The denial comes amid widespread criticism of social media following on a cooperation agreement signed between the Federal Inland Revenue Service and France. The agreement is designed to modernize Nigeria's tax administration through digital information capacity development and enhanced cross-border enforcement. The Federal Inland Revenue Service stressed that the partnership does not compromise Nigeria's control over its tax system or sensitive taxpayer information, emphasizing that the collaboration focuses solely on technical assistance and knowledge sharing. The announcement comes just weeks ahead of the formal transition of FIRS into the Nigerian Revenue Service scheduled for January 2026. Authorities said the move reflects ongoing efforts to strengthen tax administration, improve compliance, and leverage technology to boost revenue collection while safeguarding the national data and operational sovereignty. Now, Nigeria recorded a trade surplus of 6.69 trillion naira in the third quarter of 2025, extending its run of positive trade performance and reinforcing confidence in ongoing foreign exchange market reforms. Stakeholders said the steady surpluses reflect improved export competitiveness and a more transparent forex regime that has boosted investor participation. According to new data from the National Bureau of Statistics, the total exports in the third quarter of 2025 reached 22.81 trillion naira, driven largely by crude oil, gas, and solid minerals shipments. Imports stood at 16.12 trillion naira, leaving a healthy surplus of 6.69 trillion. The figure represents a 27.29% increase compared to the 5.26 trillion posted on the same quarter of 2024, highlighting stronger external sector resilience. However, the latest surplus marks a 10.36% decline from the 7.46 trillion recorded in the second quarter of 2025, reflecting softer export volumes and rising import demand. Analysts say that the sustained reforms will be key to maintaining momentum, according to reports. Aliko Dangote on Thursday unveiled a landmark 100 billion naira yearly education support initiative designed to cut the financial barriers keeping millions of young Nigerians out of school. The program, estimated to exceed 1 trillion naira over the next decade, marks one of the largest private sector commitments to education in the country's history. Speaking at the launching in Lagos, Dangote said the fund will support 45,000 new students annually from 2026, rising to 155,000 beneficiaries by the fourth year and sustaining the level for 10 years. The long-term plan aims to improve access, reduce dropout rates, and expand opportunities for young people facing severe economic hardship. In total, the initiative is expected to reach 1.3 million students across all 774 local government areas in the country. According to the statement, it will operate through the 4 targeted programs focused on sectors where educational exclusion is deepest, ensuring intervention reach the most vulnerable and their communities. Nigeria's financial sector has been urged to begin mobilizing capital to support the country's rapidly evolving gas industry following the launch of the first online gas trading, clearing and settlement program and platform. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, made the call on Thursday at an event in the Federal Capital Territory organized by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. The SEC Director General, Emomotimi Agama, told banks, insurance and asset managers to design financial products that can channel long-term capital into the gas value chain. He encouraged that the creation of dedicated funds, structured notes, hedging tools, and other instruments linked to the new digital marketplace for wholesale gas. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority also issued JEX Marketers Limited a gas trading license and clearing house and settlement authorization to operationalize digital gas trading of platforms. Officials said the platform marks a pivotal step towards increasing liquidity, transparency, and investment in Nigeria's transition to a gas-driven industrial economy. Now, the Nigerian Immigration Service, NIS, has announced that its passport digital platforms will be temporarily unavailable due to routine system maintenance. The downtime is scheduled from 12 a.m. on the 12th of December to 6 a.m. on the 14th of December 2025, according to a notice shared on the service's official X handle on Friday. The Public Relations Officer, ACI, AS Akinlabi, said the exercise is intended to enhance system performance and improve the overall user experience. Users are advised to plan accordingly and avoid tempting transactions during the maintenance window to prevent delays. Officials also stressed that the upgrade is part of ongoing efforts to modernize NIS service, including faster processing times and better reliability. The service reassured applicants that all ongoing applications will remain secured and that normal operations will resume immediately after the maintenance period, according to reports. Moving on, the market rehabilitation plan by the Sokoto state government approves 8.4 billion naira to reconstruct fire-damaged central markets. The state government has approved the same amount for the reconstruction and rehabilitation of the Sokoto Central Market, a key commercial hub destroyed by fire a few years ago. The decision was made on Thursday during the State Executive Council meeting, with officials describing the project as vital to restoring trade and economic activities in the state. The Commissioner for Lands and Housing, Nasiru Dansoho, briefed journalists shortly after the 16th Council meeting at the Government House Council chambers. He said the reconstruction would be carried out by 38 contractors, all selected from Sokoto business community. The approach is aimed at boosting local participation, creating jobs, and ensuring that the economic benefits of the project remains within the state. Officials noted that the rehabilitation plan includes modernized stalls, improved fire safety measures, and upgraded infrastructure designed to prevent future incidents, while providing a more resilient and efficient market for traders and customers. Now, still to come in the news, India and France have agreed to revise their 1992 tax treaty, reducing the tax on dividends paid by Indian subsidiaries to French companies by half. We'll bring you that story and more details after the news, to stay with us.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one granted authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us in the news. Now, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has pledged to uphold cobalt export quotas allocated to miners for 2025, despite delays caused by new regulations. The country's mining regulator said on Friday that a pilot shipment is expected to move within days, signaling a resumption of exports. Congo, the world's top cobalt producer, accounting for more than 70% of global output, introduced quotas in October after implementing months-long export ban. The measures aim to curb oversupply and stabilize prices in the global market. The export hold caused frustration among mining companies, which awaited clear guidance on compliance with the new rules. Analysts said the 2025 quotas would now be enforced while ensuring that companies meet reporting and regulatory shipments, a move expected to restore confidence among international buyers and maintain Congo's position as a critical supplier in the electric vehicle and battery industries. Now, Senegal's short-term commercial loans are being offered at least a steep discount, raising concerns about the West African country's ability to meet its financial obligations. Four finance industry sources told reporters the development signaled heightened investor caution over Senegal's debt profile amid a challenging economic environment. Sources said that euro-dominated loans maturing as early as February are currently trading at below 80% on the euro. The discounted pricing reflects a market uncertainty and potential risk of repayment difficulties, prompting investors to demand a higher compensation for holding Senegalese debt. Analysts noted that while Senegal has maintained a history of meeting its debt obligations, recent macroeconomic pressures, currency volatility, and rising global borrowing costs are creating challenges. Observers will be closely watching upcoming debt repayments and any policy measures by Senegal's government to reassure investors and stabilize the short-term credit market, according to reports. Now, India and France have agreed to revise the 1992 tax treaty, reducing the tax on dividends paid by Indian subsidiaries to French parent companies by half. Documents show that the move could save millions for multinational firms operating in India, easing cross-border investment flows. Under the agreement, India will gain a broader authority to tax the sale of shares by French investors and revoke France's most favored nation status, which previously granted certain tax advantages. Officials said the move and the adjustment reflects efforts to balance investor incentives with India's revenue needs. The treaty revision confirmed an confidential India government document reviewed by journalists is part of ongoing bilateral negotiations aimed at modernizing tax rules for cross-border investments. Analysts expect the changes to boost economic ties between both countries while giving New Delhi greater control over taxing capital gains, ensuring that both countries benefiting from fairer and more transparent fiscal adjustments. Now, the Indian rupee fell to a record low on Friday, reassured by the absence of a trade deal with the United States and persistent portfolio outflows. The currency is now Asia's worst performer this year, down by nearly 6% against the dollar. Analysts said the U.S. tariffs of up to 50% on Indian goods have hurt export and weakened foreign investor interest in local equities, fueling expectations that the Reserve Bank of India may intervene or support the rupee. Prime Minister Narendra Modi confirmed a phone call with U.S. President Donald Trump on Thursday. New Delhi seeks relief from the punitive tariffs. Markets are closely watching developments, with investors hoping for a breakthrough to stabilize the currency and restore confidence in Indian assets. Economist Diraj Nim said the rupee weakness could persist if tariff remains in place. He cited strong import demand, absent exporters, and ongoing portfolio outflows as key pressures, keeping the currency under stress. The anti-graft protest in September that forced Prime Minister K.P. Sharma Oli to resign have inflicted over $586 million on losses on Nepal's $42 billion economy, a government statement revealed on Friday. The unrest, led by youth groups, sparked widespread disruptions, according to journalists across public and private sectors. The demonstrations and subsequent chaos resulted in the deaths of 77 people and injuries to more than 2,000 others. Key infrastructure, including Singha Doba Office Complex, the Prime Minister's office, Supreme Court, Parliament House, and private residences and businesses tied to politicians were set ablaze or destroyed during the unrest. Authorities noted that the economic impact extended beyond direct damage, disrupting trade, government services, and private sector operations. Analysts warned that the recovery would require significant investment and reconstruction, while addressing the political grievances that triggered the protest to prevent future instability. Now, Chinese banks extended 390 billion yuan in new loans in November, rising from 220 billion yuan in October, but falling short of market expectations. According to journalists, the calculations based on People's Bank of China data showed on Friday. Analysts had forecast a lending of around 500 billion yuan, while last year's November figure was 580 billion yuan. Despite the month-on-month increase, the weaker-than-expected loan growth highlights continued caution among banks and borrowers amid slowing economic momentum and ongoing regulatory tightening. Analysts noted that demand for credit remains uneven, with some sectors such as manufacturing and real estate showing modest expansion, while others remain subdued. The data underscores the challenge for Chinese policymakers in balancing stimulus measures with concerns about financial stability. Markets will be closely watching December lending rate, and other indicators to gauge whether credit worth can support the country's economic recovery heading into 2026. Now, the Bank of Japan is expected to maintain its commitment to raising interest rates at its December 18th to 19th meeting, while emphasizing that the pace of future hikes will depend on how the economy responds to each increase. Sources familiar with the matter said the markets have nearly priced in a move from 0.5% to 0.75% following hints from Governor Kazuo Ueda. Attention is now focused on how far the Bank of Japan might raise rates before reaching a natural level. Now, while the bank may update its internal estimate of the natural rate, it will not use this as a formal guide for future hikes, citing the difficulty of prices projections. Sources said that the Bank of Japan will highlight that decisions will consider effects on lending, cooperation and corporate financing and overall economic activity, with inflation above its 2% target for over 3 years. The bank will likely stress the real borrowing costs remain deeply negative, justifying further rate increases, according to reports. Now, moving on, President Donald Trump has unveiled a new initiative offering fast-track U.S. visa to wealthy foreigners who can invest at least $1 million, promising a direct path to citizenship for qualified applicants. And that is to come after this break. To join us again.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. We were very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on. So So I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they have made some lovely sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we used to have a nice cafe as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the news. Now, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has accused the United States of escalating pressure to seize the South American nation's vast oil reserves. This remark comes after a series of recent U.S. actions targeting Venezuelan oil shipments and maritime operations. This week, the U.S. military seized an oil tanker allegedly carrying Venezuelan crude in violation of sanctions and threatened similar actions against other vessels. The move follows earlier strikes on ships accused by Washington of involvement in drug trafficking, which Maduro denounced as a pretext for undermining Venezuelan sovereignty. President Donald Trump has called on Maduro to step down, citing alleged Venezuelan narcotics and criminal activity reaching United States shores. Maduro dismissed these calls, saying Washington's focus is on controlling the country's energy resources rather than addressing security concerns, and reaffirming his commitment to protecting Venezuela's oil sector from foreign interference. Now, the Bank of England is widely expected to cut interest rate by a quarter point to 3.75% at its December 18th meeting, according to a report from economists. Evidence that inflation, though still elevated, is gradually easing, has convinced most analysts that the 9-member Monetary Policy Committee will shift toward a more accommodative stance. Governor Andrew Bailey, who voted to keep rates at 4.0% in November, indicated that positive inflation data approaching the 2% target could prompt a change in his view. British inflation fell to 3.6% in the month of October from 3.8%, marking the first decline since May. November figures due next week may show further moderation. The potential rate cut is also supported by fiscal development, including a tax-raising budget from Finance Minister Rachel Reeves and a modest rise in unemployment, which together are expected to sway a narrow majority of MPC members toward easing. Still, the UK government has pledged to accelerate or create 50,000 additional places for children with special educational needs and disabilities in the mainstream schools across England. The plan announced on Friday includes a £3 billion investment over the next 3 years, partly funded by cancelling some planned free school projects. Local councils, which will receive the funding, have urged that resources be allocated effectively to meet the specific needs of their communities. Officials emphasize that targeted investment is essential to ensure that children would receive and proper support from schools and tax existing resources are not overstretched. Nearly 1.7 million pupils currently receive SEND support in English schools, with numbers rising steadily each year. The new initiative aims to expand access, improve educational outcomes, and reduce pressure on parents and teachers by ensuring more children can be accommodated in midstream classrooms with the appropriate support, according to a report. Now, President Donald Trump has unveiled a new initiative offering fast-track U.S. visas to wealthy foreigners who can invest at least $1 million, promising a direct path to citizenship for qualified applicants. Trump prompted the Trump Gold Card on social media on Wednesday, describing it as a way for American companies to retain invaluable talent. The Gold Card, first announced earlier this year, is aimed at individuals who can demonstrate they will provide a substantial benefit to the United States. According to SOUQ's official website, the program is positioned as a tool to attract high-net-worth investors and skilled professionals to the United States, creating opportunities for economic growth and job creation. The launch comes amid a broader crackdown on immigration in Washington, D.C., including high work visa fees and stricter deportation measures for undocumented migrants, highlighting the administration's dual approach to limiting low-skilled migration while encouraging wealthy and skilled parents. Now, in the world of sports, Super Eagles coach Eric Chelle has unveiled his final 28-man squad for the 2025 African Cup of Nations, scheduled from December 21st, 2025 to January 18th, 2026 in Morocco. The announcement came on Thursday, 9 days after the release of an initial 54-man provision list. The final squad includes 3 goalkeepers, 8 defenders, 8 midfielders, and 9 forwards. The selection saw surprise omissions, including Udinese goalkeeper Maduka Okoye and Wolverhampton Wanderers striker Tolu Arokodare returning to the team after more than a year out. Goalkeeper Francis Ozoho and Trabzonspor striker Paul Onuachu adding experience to the squad. Several new players have been integrated across defense, midfield, and attack, reflecting Chelle's blend of youth and experience. The coach said the squad is prepared for the challenges in Morocco and aims to build momentum and cohesion ahead of the tournament, while the team are focused on achieving success for Nigeria. Now, still in sports, Mohamed Salah will temporarily step away from Liverpool amid tensions with the manager Arne Slot when he joins Egypt for the African Cup of Nations next week. The 33-year-old winger is expected to miss at least 2 Premier League matches as he heads to Morocco for the tournament, which begins on December 21st. Egypt coach Osam Hassan confirmed Salah's inclusion in the 28-man squad on Thursday, underlining the forward's continued importance to the national team despite recent club-level controversies. And fans, analysts note that Salah's participation could significantly boost Egypt's chances in the tournament given his experience and scoring ability. Liverpool will have to adjust their line-up in Salah's absence, exploring alternative attacking options while maintaining momentum in the league. Meanwhile, Egypt will look to leverage Salah's skills to navigate the group stages and beyond, aiming to make a strong impact at AFCON 2025. And that's it on the news. But before we go, yes, a quick recap of today's top stories. The federal government has announced starting January 1st, 2026, all Nigerians will need a tax identification number to operate bank accounts. Nigeria's financial sector urged to mobilize capital for gas industry after first online trading platform launch. And DRC Congo vows to uphold 2025 cobalt export quotas with pilot shipment expected in coming days. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro accuses President Donald Trump of pressuring the country over its oil reserves and shipments. And in the world of sports, Super Eagles coach Eric Chelle names final 28-man squad for 2025 African Cup of Nations in Rabat, Morocco. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. Do have yourself a splendid weekend.
Olumorok, Lishabi and the people of Egbala, a story of resilience and transformation. Telling the story from afar may not be as beautiful as visiting the historical scene for a more engaging storytelling.
I welcome you to the foot of Olumorok. So climbing the rock is in two ways. Either you go through the panoramic elevator or the stairs, but whichever way you choose to go through, I'm assuring you are going to land at the topmost part of Olumorok safely. So Olumorok is like every other rock you've ever climbed or know about, but it plays an important role in the life of the people of Egba during an intertribal war between the Egba and Old Empire.
History and culture are the intertwined thread that shape the identity of a people, offering a glimpse into their past struggles, triumphs, and the rich traditions that continue to define their presence.
So from here we can have the glance view of the immediate environment around Olumorok, because Olumorok is centered at the middle of Abeokuta. But when we get to the topmost part on Olumorok, we are going to have the 360 degree of the view, which means the more you go, the more you see. So I want to encourage you to
raise up,
raise up so that we can get to the topmost part of the rock. So let's move.
History is what we bring to you today. What is the connection between Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people? My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective. Let me take you on an inspiring journey through the history of one of Nigeria's most significant landmarks. Come with me.
I welcome you to the first level on Olumorok.
Thank you.
So this is the first level on the rock. Olumorok is in 3 stages, from the ground floor to the first landing scape. I want to inform you that you have climbed 120 stairs to come this far. Can you give yourself a round of applause for that? And I'm sure you are fit to climb to the topmost part in Olumorok.
I'll try.
That's great to know. So the first level of Olumorok is called Lishabi Garden. Lishabi Garden is named after one of our past warriors called Lishabi Agbungwakala. Lishabi was one of the warriors that fought for Egba to gain their freedoms from Old Oyo Empire. It is a natural garden set aside for people to take relaxation after climbing the first level of the rock. Also at this spot, we have 2 trees that we can talk about. The first one is Dongoyaro tree. This is it here. Dongoyaro tree. English call it neem tree. It botanicizes as Adirata indica. If you get from its leaf and cook cassava and drink, it kills malaria. And if you drink from its stick, it clears bad breath from mouth. Also, its name is derived from an Hausa face, which means tall boy, Doko Yaro. This is a flamboyant tree. Its botanic is Dilonis regia. It produces some lumpo. Look at the branches. If you get from those brown pods, there are some seeds inside it. When it dries up, if you tap or shake, give a kind of sound sheke sheke. And that was where the Yoruba derived its name from. That is why we call it pansheke in the Yoruba land. The pots serve as a natural musical rattle for traditional dancers, nursing mother to play with, before the invent of tambourine and some other musical instruments. When we go up on Olumorok, we are going to turn and visit all historical places. There are some shrines and worshippers around the Olumo Rock. They are not harmful. They are here to showcase our cultural and traditional heritage. So I wish you a pleasant trip as we rock.
Olumo Rock, a striking natural formation rising 137 meters, which is about 450 feet above Abeokuta, Nigeria. It's more than just a tourist attraction. It is a symbol of Egba people's endurance. The story of Olumo Rock begins in the early 19th century when it was identified by the hunter named Adagba. Though details on how Adagba discovered the rock were limited, it is well documented that the Egba people facing oppression under the Oyo Empire sought refuge here.
So this is the cave. This was where the people of Egba took refuge during the war. From that side, there are some dripping water. Some water is to drop from that side. It is tagged the medicinal water of Olumo Rock. Whenever the water is gushing, traditional believers always come to pick from its drop. And they claim it cures so many ailments in the body. But the water is not flowing now because God determines when the water flows. And this grave, that's the resting place of Chief Sonny. The grave of Chief Sonny. Chief Sonny was the OC of Itoko during his lifetime. Olumo Rock is founded between two communities. The entry point of Olumo Rock, where you came in from, is called Ikija, while the backside of Olumo Rock is called Itoko community. And this is a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land. That is the chief sitting at the left of the king in palace. As we have the Otunba and Osioba, it's a two-top position to the king. According to the custom and tradition of Yoruba, when a chief died, they bury the chief either at the front of his house, at his bedroom, or at his backyard. He must never be taken to a cemetery. That was why Baba was buried here. And this rostry roof building is the family house of Chief Sonny. The family has an extension. Baba dies on the 23rd of January 1956. 20 years after his death, government took over this place as a tourist site. That was why government decided to fence the family house so that they will not be blocking up the passage of the tourists. So the people of Egba took refuge here during an intertribal wars. The war started in 1830. Then the people of Egba were under old Oyo Empire. They basically want freedoms and where to settle. That was why they consulted the Ifa Oreku for lead. Ifa instructed the Egbas to come and settle there. On their way coming down, they met a man on the road. The name of the man is called Adagba. Adagba was a great hunter farmer. He was the one that discovered Olumo Rock during his hunting process. During those periods, the entire city of Abeokuta was thick forest. Only the powerful ones and the warriors that could come around to do anything and return back home alive. But when the Ifa instructed the Egbas to come, Shodeke, who was one of the founding fathers of Egba land, led the people of Egba down here. And they were here for years. During their stay, they took the natural suspension shape of the rock advantage and built their rooms. The rock is naturally standing. They only took the advantage of the shape and built their room. So the rock served as the roof of the room. 4 of the rooms they built has collapsed, remains only that. Those are the signs of the fallen rooms. That was where they kept wives and children. Men and warriors will surround the rock so that the enemy will not gain access to this place. All these holes we are seeing on the surface of the rock, that was where they do their grindings. Like we use blenders now, Yoruba call it Oluata. So the process of their grindings make the holes deep like this. After the war in 1833, the people of Egba from Ifa Oreku to confirm maybe they should leave this place to go back to where they came from. Ifa told them to keep on dwelling here. that this is where God has put an end to their problems. And that's how they derived the name to the rock, Olufimo. Olufimo means where God put an end to all our tribulations. Ibiti Oluwa fi ogun wàhálà ti dààmú ayé wa mọ̀ sí Olufimo. But people later shorten it to Olumo to gain a very short word. Another meaning to Olumo, Olu in the Yoruba land means God. That's God Almighty. Mo means mode or molded. The people then believe that God benevolently molded the rock for them so that they can take their refuge on that. Oluwa ló mọ̀ fún wa láti fi ṣe ibi ìsádi kúrò lọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá. God molded the rock for our refuge. So when they came out from the rock, others were asking the Egbas of their whereabouts, and they told them, hid ourselves under the rock. Under the rock or beneath the rock in Yoruba means Abe Okuta. And that was how the name got changed from Egba, and they started referring to them as Omo Abe Okuta. Also, the popular city of Abe Okuta started from here. So if you have been anywhere around the town and you have not visited here, you haven't been to Abe Okuta.
The name Olumo is derived from the Yoruba words Olu means God and Mo meaning molded, signifying God-molded rock. This reflects the deep spiritual connection the Egba have with the rock, seeing it as a divine creation that shaped their destiny. Today, the rock remains not only a historical site, but a place of cultural rituals, including annual sacrifices.
Over here, we have the main shrine of Olumo Rock, the main shrine of the rock. The main shrine is a local temple where the people of Egba worship and make sacrifices to the deities of Olumo Rock. Olumo Rock is an historical monument. It's also a symbol of Egba unity, strength, and unfailing protection. Because under the rock, the people of Egba took refuge during an intertribal war. And after the war, the rock has become a deity. That is why Egba people offer sacrifice to Olumo Rock once in a year with a big black cow. During the festival, only two people have access to enter the shrine. That is why the shrine is always locked. And the two people are the paramount ruler of Egba land, that's Alake of Egba land, and the chief priest. The chief priest is called Abore in the Yoruba land. Other traditional rulers in Abeokuta invited guests, indigenous of Abeokuta, will stay aside to say amen to his prayer. During the festival, the Alake of Egba land will pray for the whole nation. He pray for Egba unity, also the climbers of Olumo Rock, so that they will not fall. No one has ever fallen while climbing the rock. Also at the shrine, traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. When the prayer is answered, those that made pledges while praying will come back to redeem their pledge, ensuring appreciation to Almighty God and to Olumo Rock that interceded for them. That is why we have those feather, blood, and cloth on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of pledges people have been returning. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba. There are 4 traditional rulers in Abeokuta: Alake of Egba land, the paramount ruler of Egba land, Oshilo of Okiono, Agora of Bagora, and Oluwu of Uwu. Traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. Maybe they are looking for words, children, or anything in life. So when the prayer is answered, those that make pledges while praying will usually come back with their pledges. That's why we have those feather, blood, and stuff on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of the pledges. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba, meaning a deity you can pray through for words, children, and every other good things in life.
You might be wondering about the historical issues between Oyo and the Egba people. How Oyo to exert control over them. The western region of Nigeria, primarily composed of Yoruba descendants, was dominated by the Oyo Empire, a powerful political entity that rose to prominence around the 15th century. By the 18th century, Oyo had become one of the largest and most influential states in West Africa, known for its sophisticated governance, military strength, and expansive trade networks, controlling neighboring kingdoms, including the Egba. The governance of the Oyo Empire was centralized under the Alafi, the king, who was supported by a council of advisors and provincial governors. This structure enabled the empire to maintain stability and enforce laws across its vast territories. At its peak, Oyo thrived economically through agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, establishing itself as a vibrant economic hub. However, its involvement in the transatlantic slave trade created significant instability in the region, leading the Egba people to seek independence from Oyo's control. Who is Lishabi? No story about the Egba people is complete without mentioning Lishabi, the legendary warrior whose courage and strategic leadership freed the Egba people from the oppressive dominance of the Oyo Empire. Lishabi heroism is etched deeply in the annals of Yoruba history, as he led a rebellion that broke the chance of subjugation and paved the way for Egba autonomy. Lishabi Agbongbo Akala, a native of Itoku, Abeokuta, was not just a fearless leader, but also a tactician. In the late 18th century, the Egba were subject to heavy taxation and constant exploitation under Oyo's rule. To resist this, Lishabi secretly mobilized a group of Egba farmers and hunters into a covert warrior society called Egbearo, a vital step in organizing the rebellion. With his deep understanding of the terrain and his influence over his people, Lishabi led a series of coordinated guerrilla attacks against Oyo forces stationed in the Egba region. His strategy was not one of open warfare, but a methodical plan to undermine Oyo's authority. By ambushing Oyo tax collectors and military detachments, Lishabi weakened the empire's grip over the Egba. His leadership unified the Egba people, turning their frustration with Oyo into a force for liberation. Following their eventual victory, the Egba people were freed from the oppressive rule. In 1830, this newfound freedom led to the establishment of Abeokuta, meaning under the rock, a city founded under the protective watch of Olumorok. Olumorok provided both a literal and symbolic refuge as it sheltered their people during their struggle for independence. From this safe haven, the Egba built a thriving community rooted in agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, becoming a key cultural and economic hub in the region. Today, Lishabi Agbongbo Akala's legacy is celebrated not just as a warrior, but as a symbol of unity and resilience. His actions not only ensured the survival of the Egba people, but also contributed to the rich historical and cultural fabric of Abeokuta and the entire Yoruba as a whole. By the mid-19th century, Abeokuta had attracted European missionaries like Thomas Freeman, whose introduction of Western education and Christianity left a lasting influence on the community.
Inscription about the just a little write-up. The next spot is where we used to have the mamas. So this was one of the water pots they drank from there. Yoruba quality cocoa. With for water storage and preservation, water point is as cold as water from the refrigerator, but it has been cemented for proper preservation. The yellow risha, they are here as the custodians of the rock, and people do come to them for spiritual consultation and a whole lot more. So this is a crown tree. Crown tree. Yoruba quality gear cocoa. If a king has to be installed, or they want to make a chieftaincy title in a Yoruba land, they pluck from the leaf away a cocoa to coronate king. But this very one is mainly used for the paramount ruler of this town, like of Egba land, only for him. And the tree has been growing there for over 250 years. It doesn't grow than this. It has been. Poster of the newly studied Iyaolumo, she's 98 years of age. And this is a poster reflecting the old Iyaolumo. She died at the age of 37 years, over 2 years ago now. They have a deity they worship here. They call it Orisha Igun. Orisha Igun. That's the deity that control longevity. They believe the more they worship, the longer they live. So they have other deities around. One of such is Orisha Ojubo Baluaye. Baluaye is the deity that controls chickenpox and measles. Yoruba call it Shopono. So if chickenpox or measles striking all over, they do consultation from here. So whatever instruction they got, so once they follow it, everything that comes up will disappear to go. So that's Ojubo Baluaye right there. And this Ogun, god of iron, the famous god of iron. So we have a baobab tree here. Baobab tree, B-A-O-B-A-B. In the eastern part of Nigeria, they call it Afonapunwa. In the northern part, they call it Kuka. Here in Southwest, we call it Gyoshi. It Botanica Sadansonia digitata. The significance of the tree is that traditional believers always come under to pray for protections, because there's an adage in the Yoruba land that goes thus. One do ikapa, apa okapa, one do ikai Gyoshi, apa okoshi, one do ika konga, konga oshi binukosi. Meaning there's no way you can wrap your arms around the tree. It is impossible because of its massiveness. That's why traditional believers always come under to pray for protections. So that's the Gyoshi right there. On the floor here we have the faces of the warlord, those that fought for Egba to gain their liberations. So their memorial sculpture was molded here. And the white share you are seeing there, that's type of money spent in the olden days. Cowrie share, Yoruba call it Oweyo. But now they know it for a fact consultation and traditional decoration. That's the olden days money spent in the olden days. Also, they use it for a fact consultation. The ancient travel to the peak of Olumo Rock. Before modernization, this is only means of going up the rock. The ancient trail is a natural passage used by the warriors to access the rock.
stands as a beacon of history, attracting visitors from all over the world who seek to understand the resilience of the Egba people, showcasing various historical pieces, traditional items, and, on the other hand, the establishment and continuous celebration of the Lishabi Festival. In the evolution of the Egba from warriors and hunters to craftsmen, traders and national leaders, their history illustrates the power of unity and determination. Lumorok continues to tell the story of a people who overcame oppression to build a vibrant, self-sustaining community.
I welcome you to the topmost part in Lumorok. From here you can see almost everywhere in Abeokuta. And the height of the rock is 137 meters above sea level. That's about 449 feet.
This is the rich, unyielding legacy of Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people. A narrative of survival, courage, and transformation. Now you see the connection. You see the missing link. I am Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective on SOUQ News Television.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that's the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of extension. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside worlds, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. You know, engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the letter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues. And also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them. And it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also, there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what it's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interests of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interests of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks forward on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Najib Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your effort in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, obligation of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all other necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, it was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there, but it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there, and from there I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wale Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees, you can say that again, in different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's not to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. This men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.1% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, it's not, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times.